wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold.
This is it. 2 days of action. 8 teams remain in the ATS Season 6 Apex Cup Championship. $200 up for grabs and a lot to play for here. I'm Spotty FC. Joining me here is Averded, and just off screen right there is Araufbeastrl. But we've got action underway in just a few minutes here with our quarterfinals and day 1 of action. If we take a look at our bracket here, we'll show you all everything we have in store for us. Tonight is just the quarterfinals. All matches are best of 7. We're starting up at the very top. Torrent Vagabond versus MishMash Gaming. Dropping down Desperate Strikers versus Team Evo Academy. Alchemy Esports, TeamZ. And we'll end with Wyffindor Retirement Home and the Kawaii Sisters. Tonight is just the top 8, just the quarterfinals. The winners move to the top 4 to play here again tomorrow for the chance of Apex Cup glory. But for what we have in store here, Averded and Araufbeastrl, we've got a lot of action, a lot of great competition here, and a lot of great teams, a couple of which looking to win their second championship. But we've got a little bit of action to go here as well, and we got a lot of teams, 8 teams as mentioned already, and a lot of these teams can do pretty well. We've had a lot of teams lead, a lot of teams struggle this season, but these are our 8 best, and we also have to talk about which of these teams is the best. By the end of this, we're going to have one champion. The question now comes down to who is going to win it, who's going to perform well, and who's not, because inevitably by the end of these first 2 days, someone's going to be winning, and somebody, or more rather some teams, are going to be losing. So the question I have to ask Araufbeastrl is, who do you think is going to do well, who do you think is going to do poorly, who do you think is going to surprise us, who do you think is going to surprise us in not so good ways?
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I'm gonna have to go with my buddy Dino here, the manager of Alchemy Esports. Alchemy Esports undefeated this season, so it could be interesting how they go into playoffs. But I do think of all the teams here, they are gonna have the biggest chance to shine here, and especially Nyx. Nyx, not really the top tier player coming out of Alchemy Esports, but I think regular season just not exactly what makes him a great player. It's going to be the playoffs where he shines most. So going to be looking forward to Nyx possibly helping Alchemy Esports turn around and possibly get a championship win here.
Yeah, of course, Averded as well. I mean, you've got your own choices. You've been here last season. You were our regular season MVP, so you know what it's like to be at this rank level. But, of course, you've gotten to be a bit of a spectator this season. You've gotten to see what these teams are made of. The competition's gotten so much better, and yet there's a lot of teams returning. Do you have one of these returning teams, one of these teams that stuck around as your team to win this thing?
Yes, Sporty, hello. First of all, great to be here. Super fun. Haven't really been around that much this season. Of course, can't play either. And these guys are, I could say pretty lucky that I'm not here. Maybe I'd be in the bracket myself. But regardless, I have a pretty solid team here. I think Vagabond are gonna run away with it. Personally, I know they're on the opposite side of the bracket, but I think they'd be able to take down Alchemy. And Vagabond, especially Dante. That guy. Great guy, great kid. Him and Osso, great duo, been around for a while, and I think Dante is a great shot at being the MVP. Very high rating, very very fast player. I think he's going to surprise a lot of people, and and of course there are some overrated players in teams too. I don't want to say any names. Name starts with a B, ends with Laz. I think he's going to come out and sell the bag, but you never know. Laz could prove me wrong. He's done it before, but I think in the very end, I think Vagabond's going to take it down. And especially this first match, I think it's going to be a clean 4-1, maybe even a 4-0 victory here.
You mentioned that as well.
Yeah, I may disagree with you a little bit here. Torrent Vagabond, great season so far, but at the same time, MishMash Gaming, can't really count them out too. I mean, they are the 4 seed, but at the same time, 4 seeds do surprise us a lot here, no matter what kind of rank or league this is.
And we're kind of in a bit of a triangle here, because I actually think the team that's going to struggle here is Alchemy. I think Alchemy Esports are going to have some problems this season. This is a newer team. They used to be part of the ZekVexol side, and it is not because I am good friends with ZekVexol. It's more due to the fact that this is a newer team and a newer organization. There's a good amount of extra pressure on Alchemy here. Not only have they not won this before, as opposed to 2 of our 8 teams here today, but they also are on a new org. They have a lot more to prove, I think, than a lot of these other teams too. A lot of these other teams haven't had to change that much, haven't had to go through too many changes. Alchemy does. They have that, and they also have the 1v1s as well that they got to talk about. Unlike Blaz, who got out in the Apex Cup, doesn't have to focus on 1v1s anymore, Roxert on Alchemy does. He's in the semifinals. They're still competing. They've got a couple more matches to go before the grand finals, and that's something that you got to focus on. I really think, Alchemy Esports, if there's any team here that could really fall apart, collapse under all that pressure, it's Alchemy. They have the most on them right now.
Yeah. And even with that pressure, A lot of pressure usually may collapse. So you've got to think about it like Diamonds too. Diamonds usually under pressure going to absolutely shine beautifully in Alchemy Esports. I still am going to say they're probably going to be one of the favorites to win this one.
Yeah, of
Alchemy
course.
being the favorite or off, that is a very, very hot take. I honestly don't even know if they're gonna get that past that round one. I would have to say I think they will. They're playing a team that did not go positive in TeamZ, so I think at the very least they're gonna get top four. But I honestly, if we're seeing the next match tonight, our last match, Wyffindor Retirement Home versus Kawaii Sisters, I personally think that Retirement Home can beat Alchemy. I've played against them tons of times. Retirement Home, I know that they had their high is maybe the highest here, maybe slightly under Vagabond, but regardless, they've been together for so long now. It's gonna be hard to get past that top four barrier for Alchemy, and I think if they do, I don't know, they have a good shot winning it, but regardless, it's gonna be a tough road.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's going to be a tough road for everyone
tough.
here as well, but that tough road begins today. We're going to start with our quarterfinals in the first match of the evening, which is only a few minutes away from us right now. It is Torrent, Vagabond, and MishMash Gaming. We've had some opinions about these teams coming into this matchup, coming into the quarterfinals here, but Torrent, Vagabond, MishMash Gaming. Torrent, Vagabond are champions from last season. MishMash Gaming, the number 8 seed in this bracket. We're number 8 seed last season, lost in the quarterfinals to the number 1 seed in Phoenix United. But for a match as big as this one here, Torrent Vagabond, they've undergone some changes here. Osclo and K-Dante are on this roster, but they got Darko, Plude, and Phoenix. Neither of those 3 players have won before. MishMash Gaming have not changed at all since last season, but they're in the number 8 spot. They've got a tough match here, probably the toughest of any team tonight. And if you know anything about last season, this is not a team that exactly seems to have a very high ceiling. So MishMash Gaming, their floor is great, their ceiling is not. And Torrent Vagabond, it's sort of the opposite, I think. They've got a really high ceiling, but their floor can fall apart. This is a team that hasn't experienced a lot of downfall, hasn't experienced a lot of backlash. I think if they've experienced a little bit, this could fall apart for them. But they've won before, they know what to do. Araufbeastrl, the question's on you as well on how you think these teams are going to play, how you think these teams are going to perform. Do you think Vagabond are that team that in playoffs just is better, doesn't fall apart, or do you think MishMash Gaming can finally break past the demons and make the top 4?
Yeah, I may go with MishMash Gaming on this one. You said Torrent Vagabond gonna be a good team to fall apart there. That one loss did hurt them a little bit this season. That was a quality loss as well. So could see MishMash Gaming possibly taking this series. I think it might go to 7 if it is gonna go to MishMash Gaming though. So it could be interesting how they do try to adjust to Torrent Vagabond.
Yeah, and you think so? What you're telling me is you think MishMash Gaming's to win this series 4-3, or do you have Vagabond winning this?
I have MishMash Gaming winning this 4-3.
Oh man,
I-
I'm gonna have to. Sorry to cut you off there, Sporty. But like I said before, last season I actually lost to MishMash Gaming. I lost them twice, I believe. And I know how both these teams play. Vagabond, they're gonna outspeed them. No hate to MishMash Gaming here, but they're like, it's like a team of like 3 Leverdosen players. They're methodical. They play the game like smart. What is smart? What are you gonna do against the big D, the big Dante? You know what I'm saying? You can't stop him by being slow. He's gonna outspeed you. He's gonna hit double taps on you. Oslo is the same type of player as Dante. Maybe not as fast, but he's just as solid. And I think that those 2 alone, that duo is gonna be better than they're gonna outperform the entire MishMash Gaming team. And Darko is just he's gonna be there filling the gaps, And that's all I really gotta say. I think Vagabond, it's either gonna be 4-0 is my prediction, but it could be 4-1 if MishMash gets some lucky 50 goals or kickoffs or other things like that.
Yeah, okay, now if we're going on to talk about MishMash being like 3 Verdozas, to be fair, Verdoza did win a world championship with Zen, probably one of the best seasons Verdoza has as well. So intelligence very well could be what makes MishMash Gaming just the better team here.
But the problem is MishMash Gaming doesn't have Zen, so I have to also go Torrent Vagabond. I have to go for as well. I have to go as well for Torrent Vagabond here too, because unfortunately, while MishMash Gaming is a good team, they really have been saved this season by Extralex. He's the number 1 player in saves this season. That's the guy that saved them. Defense will not save you against Torrent Vagabond. This team's too good offensively here, so. Unfortunately, I got Vagabond to win this one, or fortunately, I honestly like this Vagabond team as well. I think they're a team that does well in playoffs, but that does lead us into this match. So joining me here in just a few moments will be ZekVexol for our first best of 7 of the night here. ZekVexol, as we get to transition into you joining in. Our best of seven's only a few moments away. How are you feeling, my friend? I mean, this is the first match of playoffs, the quarterfinals, and for Torrent Vagabond, having won last season, looking to do it all over again from the quarterfinals, except this time as the number 1 seed. All the pressure's on them. Last season, they were a high-seeded team, but they had a couple other teams that possibly could have beat them. Today, there is no one there ranked higher than they are.
Yeah, MishMash Gaming, Torrent Vagabond Gaming, $200 on the line, Sporty. We're going to find out who's going to be coming out on top at the end tomorrow night. Make sure you're sticking through all of the quarterfinals today to find out who moves on to that bracket tomorrow. But come on, it's knockout time. You have these top-seeded teams. I'm looking at Torrent Vagabond. These guys are 4-1. I'm looking at Alchemy Esports 5-0. There's a lot of pressure on the line for these two teams, and we're about to kick off underway to find out who's going to be moving on. Sporty, it's kickoff time. It's Rocket League time.
Yeah, and it's best of sevens, all playoff bracket long, so for everyone watching, the matches are longer, and there's more on them too. Everybody's starting in the same spot as well, but you mentioned Vagabond as that top-tier team, the team to beat, 4-1 the regular season. We mentioned they've already suffered a loss this season, but that loss coming near the middle part of the season to the Wyffindor retirement home, the next best team in their group. His Vagabond team has proven to everyone they deserve to be here. The question is, what can they do? And the real question I think I have is, I don't have any questions about Oscar or Dante. It's Phoenix who right now I have questions on. The newer player for them, a player who has been here but has not won a championship. They're going to be a bit newer to this Torrent Vagabond team, and they're going to have to get used to this rather quickly because the pressure is only increasing and furthermore.
A big thing that comes to me when I ever watch these teams, whenever get into playoffs, regular season, you get a lot of teams who go out and they are regular season teams. You get your 4-1s, you get your 5-0s, you get your guys who are undefeated, you get these guys who dominate these brackets. But once you get into the playoffs, now you get the playoffs teams, the ones who sat there and used the season. They just know, okay, I got to get here. That's fine. But once we're here, we open up, we make things happen. We show exactly what we're made of because we use the regular season to find out who our strikers are. And right now, it's Velops. The first score on the board. It's going over.
Yeah, and it's MishMash Gaming too, looking to upset everyone in this tournament. I think the only person who even picks them to win out of anyone here is Araufbeastrl. And I don't know if Araufbeastrl is being 100% genuine or not, but really seeing something that we have in here is Hydra up the crossbar will be good away by Phoenix. Velops is up, but Extra Lex is back. Phoenix again. This one won't even need to be tapped. It goes in anyways. That own goal out of MishMash Gaming, and Torrent Vagabond will be more than happy to take it.
Quick action requires quick response. 1-1. We're all tied up right off the rip. And, I was listening to you guys on the desk. Some people saying 4-0. Some people saying 4-1. Sporty, I'm in it for the game 7. I want to go all the way. I want the content. I want the action. I know the people at home, they want the content. They want the action. And a 1-1 right off the rip says to me, there's a lot of potential right now to see that 4-3, to see us go all the way. Flip reset by Dante. Takes it on down. But Torrent Vagabond are going to take the lead. Look at this. The guy just dribbles it right across, right himself, past 1, past 2, right on and in.
Yeah, beautiful shot for Dante here. It may not be the prettiest goal, but that's not exactly what Dante is known for. It's consistency. And again, for MishMash Gaming, a team that's built off of defense, there's no better team, I think, in offense this season than Torrent Vagabond. I mean, you got some of the top goal scorers on that roster. Defense for MishMash Gaming is going to be the all-time most important part of this tournament for them here. If they're going to win, it's going to be from defense. I mean, you're talking about Dante, number 1 in goals. Oslo's number 4 in goals as well. Two of the best goal scorers right now are on the field, and for MishMash Gaming, with the player like Extra Lex, number 1 in saves, they're going to need to rely on that kind of defense to hold them down. It's a team that, as I mentioned before, doesn't have a super high ceiling, but they have a very consistent floor. The problem I have is if Torrent Vagabond recognizes that, if they can recognize that for stands, and if they can just succeed past it for just a little bit and make that their norm, I don't know where MishMash Gaming can elevate.
So far, 2-1, about approaching halftime right now. Game number 1, best of 7 on the board. Demo by Velops on to Dante. Get that score leader on out of there. Phoenix is going to knock out Hydra. A little bit of back and forth right now. Oslo sends it to the backboard. Ball dropping on down. The follow-up is there. Never mind. He's a little bit high on that one. Phoenix not going to be able to get that one. Not going to be able to extend the lead for Torrent Vagabond. Now ball dropping on down, approaching the center line, stripped away. Oslo popping it on up, sending it over to the sidewall. Hydra will find it. Knocking on down Esther. Alex takes it over to the back wall, but Phoenix is waiting, ready to receive that one. Dante with the demo on the defense. So far, it's just good defense coming in from Torrent Vagabond. They have the lead. Play the clock, play the ball, play the strike. Esther Alex is going for it, but gets swatted on down by Dante.
Yeah, some good defense so far. Vagabond holding a 1-goal lead. You mentioned though, Extra Licks really trying to break through as Hydro again. The sub for MishMash Gaming listed as their sub, but he's probably got one of the more important jobs of this team. Hydro, not only is he the sub, he doubles as this team's mental coach. So you're going to be seeing Hydro really with an important job as an in-game team leader. He's going to lead this team, he's going to coach this team, he's going to send this team on towards victory. If things start to go badly, expect Hydro to be the one to speak up. For MishMash Gaming, he's been a sort of a silent part of why this team has been as successful and as consistent as they have been. Because, again, as that mental coach, as that coach for this roster, he allows this team to get time to relax, and especially with tactical timeouts in play in this final bracket, that just makes the coach's job even more important.
Got to make sure you take those timeouts, take that break. Your thumbs get sore. You know, you go the 5 minutes in a single game, and all of a sudden you find yourself in overtime. How long is that going to last? You got to find yourself. That's where the true metal ends up rising. Once you get down to those Game 7 scenarios, look at that. Under 60 seconds, and Extra Licks just sends it on down, ties us on up. It's 2-2. Who's going to be pulling ahead? Who's going to be taking game number 1? It's up in the air.
It really is. Oslo a bit overconfident there. Torrent Vagabond all rushing out of the net. Nobody back to block the eventual clear, and it's tied with 53 seconds to go. A big error for Oslo, and the defense of the Torrent Vagabond, not exactly what they're known for. This is definitely going to be something that is an issue for them. It was an issue for them even last season, even though they dominated throughout a lot of that bracket. In their quarterfinals, they went all the way to Game 7 because their defense had issues. If MishMash Gaming wants to take them down, that defense of the Torrent Vagabond will be where you have to stop them, as 30 seconds to go. Will be hit ahead. Dante up in the air. Will have room. Already has a foot reset to work with. Velops, infield pass. Oslo chipped it. He's hit the post. And it will be Velops to clear away. Time running out here in regulation. Dante stopped by Hydro. It's the other way for MishMash Gaming. Everybody in the corner. Extra Licks stopped by Oslo. 10 seconds and counting. He'll get around to 1. Oslo around Velops. That backfield's looking open. Velops, low boost, infield. Hydro to clear. And we have overtime in game 1.
Overtime, game 1, keeping things on going. We were just talking about you got to make sure you're getting those breaks, getting those rests, and because you're going to get these overtime scenarios, you're going to get these Game 7 scenarios, you're going to make sure you need to have all 4 quarters of the ball, or in this case, all possible Game 7s taken into account, because right now, Torrent Vagabond, MishMash Gaming, our very first match of the game night is going into overtime. Well played so far. Something that I'm definitely taking note of, though, Torrent Vagabond, their setup is there. They're putting the ball in the right spot. It's the secure, it's the lockdown, it's making sure the ball gets put on in. It's not even bumping away defenders because there's no defenders there half the time. You know what I'm saying? They put the ball in the right spot. It's just, okay, the ball goes a little bit too wide left, a little bit too wide right, or a little bit too tight. They're just not putting the ball in the goal. All popped on down, popped on up, dropped on over. Across the center line, 60 seconds on into our overtime scenario. Now dropping down in the left corner. Spoony, back, you good?
Yeah, you know, I accidentally muted myself. I was talking about how the fundamentals you mentioned are an issue for Vagabond here, but nothing crazy about that shot from Phoenix. Although no shots in a couple moments here. Dante, Extra Licks, up goes Velops. Right now, the offense, you know, in favor of Vagabond, but it is definitely not easy for them here. I mean, yeah, again, you on stream can't see it, but again, the shots for Vagabond definitely in their favor right now. Although as overtime continues, the fundamentals have been an issue for them, especially getting out of defense in the offense. You've seen a heavy push to go down the field. You got to be careful, and that doesn't cost you, as a ding off the post will be kept away. Dante, Extra Licks will send this one upfield as Velops in support, looking for the pass across. Dante stops Oslo up. Now it's 2-on-1 with Phoenix there as well. This one, Oslo calls for himself, past 1. Extra Licks to save, and it will be sent away again. Extra Licks bumps out. Now Velops, he gets past, double tap, blocked by Oslo. Hydro on the follow. This one's kept aside by Phoenix. No goals yet, over 2 minutes of extra time, and still no closer to seeing who starts the series in the lead.
Just a moment ago, that's exactly what I was talking about, where that ball just goes right across MishMash Gaming's goal. You know, they're leaving these openings. They're giving the opportunities to Torrent Vagabond. Those are things you got to clean up if you're MishMash Gaming. But Torrent Vagabond, they're not locking down those opportunities. They're not putting the ball into the net. Double, triple tap, never mind. Pinched on away. Great defense coming in from Torrent Vagabond. Ball dropped on down over into MishMash Gaming's corner. K Dante gonna pick it up, send it over towards the center. Now, Extra Alex strips it away, drops it on down. It's only Velops as the deepest man downfield for MishMash Gaming. Ball not going to find its way on in. Hydro stripping away the pressure. K Dante to the sidewall. Double defense from MishMash Gaming. 3 minutes into overtime, our very first game of the night, and it is an action-packed one nonetheless.
It really is. You said it. Everybody's battling right now. That goal means so much. Vagabond off the crossbar and no follow-up chance. A big play infield pass. MishMash Gaming love those. But this one, we'll see just high. The underdog's nearly able to strike first as they'll get another chance upfield. Extra Lex blocks Osco to shoot. Hydro can't get there. MishMash Gaming took an opportunity. They took a chance. It failed. And Torrent Vagabond, after 8.5 minutes almost of gameplay, game one is theirs.
That is such a long, drawn-out one, but look at that, wrapping it on up. Torrent Vagabond going to walk away from it. I'm watching throughout this whole game. Torrent Vagabond, they're leading in shots. They're leading in ball possession, but just very slimly, okay? Going back and forth across between offense, between defense, between these two teams. The big things I want to clean up are just fundamentals. It's MishMash Gaming leaving openings, leaving that goal open for situations like that. They're giving these opportunities to Torrent Vagabond. The problem is Torrent Vagabond's not just putting the ball in the net. They're a little bit off the ball, going for it, going for those shots, or nobody's even there at all, and the ball just coasts its way right on away, and MishMash is able to get under and clear that away. You can have little things from these two teams. It's got to be getting rid of those opportunities if you're MishMash Gaming, and if you're Torrent Vagabond, locking those opportunities down and putting that ball in the net.
Yeah, and for Vagabond especially, the big issue this game was that breakout of defense. They really struggled to do that. They got a couple chances and a couple plays where they left their net open, getting out of defense. It's going to be a concern for them. It's going to be an issue. They've got to be careful about that one. But the benefit is it's only game one for both these teams. Still a lot of time to go. And you mentioned it. Fundamentals, the big issue right now. The team that's going to win this tournament is going to be the team with the best fundamentals. That's always that's almost always the case. We saw it not too long ago in our 3v3 Catalyst Cup where the team that won was just a fundamentals-based team and the Midwest Mafia henchmen. It's the same thing here. If you're going to win, you're going to win on a fundamentals-based approach. And while Vagabond are going to win on shots, it was a lot closer to that game than maybe they would have admitted, and maybe a lot of us would have admitted. The real question comes down to if MishMash Gaming can keep it close, as long as their defense continues to play as they did, you said it, all comes down to is fundamentals. If they can play the fundamentals well, they're actually playing very well, they're keeping up with Vagabond, they have a chance to beat them.
Get rid of those openings. Make sure that you don't leave that goal undefended. Make sure you have somebody back there, a deeper man downfield. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in that instance where the ball's coasting right on down. 3.5 minutes into overtime, and Hydro's not able to get on back there. Ball up to the back bar, and it goes right on down and in. Pinched right on through. 30 seconds opening goal goes to MishMash Gaming. They have pressure now.
Yeah, and Extra Lex wasn't going to shoot this one without K Dante going for it. After that half flip, he had all this room to work with. It's fundamentals again for Vagabond, and a huge mistake for K Dante, a misflip. It may seem minor, it may seem technical, but unfortunately, that's where that goal comes from. Extra Lex wasn't going to challenge otherwise, so a bit of a gifted shot at MishMash Gaming. So far proven their accuracy is working quite well today. Velops with another chance will be blocked by Osclo.
It's those little things that add up, though, at the end. You know, oh, 1 little inch to the left, 1 little inch to the right means, you know, I'm pinching this ball, I'm sending it at Mach 80 towards the goal, and I completely whiffed by a mile, and it looks pretty upset, you know? Ball bounced on down, 60 seconds off the clock right now. MishMash Gaming, they have the pressure, they have the lead. Now it comes down to maintaining it. Now it comes down to extending that lead. Get that 2 goal, get a little bit of a comfort room so you can play ball, play time, and just worry them on down. Work Torrent Vagabond on down. You had quite the game number 1, so you're already going to assume that this is going to be a long game and these teams are going to get tired on out. So who's going to get tired first is my question.
Yeah, the benefit today, unlike tomorrow, is that you only have to play 1 match. It's 1 match whether you win or lose. The benefit is that means you have all that you need to play in just this 1 match. You might as well expend everything. But right now, the pressure on Torrent, that's a good chance for Velops, will be kept wide by Oslo, and still Torrent unable to get out of their own half of the field. Extra Lex will be a double commit here. Torrent really starting to unravel up along the seams. It's a lot of defense for this team. As we mentioned before, they're not a team that likes to play this far back. They're not a team that wants to play this far back, and you can tell it's really taking a toll on them. They'll get rid of this one, but not for long, and again, stuck on the half of the field. They may have boost, but you can tell it's really wearing them out. It's really wearing them thin, and eventually, with how tired they are having to play this far back, things are going to start happening. Mistakes are going to start happening, and they're really going to start to feel it.
Finally, a clear ball. Phoenix tries to take it up to the back wall. Hydro ends up meeting it. The rotations from MishMash Gaming are just on point right now. They are dominating in shots. There hasn't been a single shot attempt from Torrent and Vagabond. This ball has been kept at the halfway mark. There we go. Finally, first shot on the board for Torrent and Vagabond. But this ball has been kept, like I said, at about the halfway mark. Shot by Alex. Not going to find it. Good save coming in from Extralex. I mean, by Kadante going and sending that ball on down. Velops now immediately switching things on back, putting MishMash Gaming back on offense. How long can it last? Can they get this ball on out of here? Can they maintain control? Can they maintain pressure? Torrent Vagabond needs to find themselves some offense here in game number 2.
You're seeing a lot more infield passes here and a lot of pre-jumping from Torrent Vagabond. They're realizing right now that they're not outpacing this MishMash Gaming team, and because they're not outpacing them, they've got to find ways to connect even faster, so that chemistry being made as a wide open net. Phoenix! Oh, great block for Extralex, who gets there in time. Torrent Vagabond will stay near it here as Kadante blocked back by Hydro. Osklo keeps to the corner and a little bit of room to work with. Extralex to block. Kadante off the corner at Osklo trying to get rid of Velops. He did a good job there, but Hydro jumps in and Extralex to dunk. Osklo not paying attention. Velops won't be able to shoot from here. And Torrent Vagabond again on half the field. A good couple flurries, but not anything concrete just yet. Osklo's up. No shot there. Velops to clear. Kadante blocked, and a demo in the midfield means it's 3-on-1. Hydro, Velops are both off. Extralex behind. The shot rolls, but it will not roll through. And Torrent Vagabond keep the 1-goal difference.
Kadante on the respawn, able to get a hun back. 1 goal still leading for MishMash. They got it in the first 30 seconds. They maintained it for the next 4 minutes. Take a look at this one. The final 60 seconds, and there it goes on in. It's Osklo to put one on in. We're all tied up in the last 60 seconds once again. Am I going to see another 3.5-minute overtime scenario, Sporty?
We might see another one here as well, but again, I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be a great time. It's going to be a great series, and realistically, already it has shown up. But the infield passes have been the difference makers so far, and as we're watching, it just continues to happen. Infield pass after infield pass. These teams just continue to rely on it. It's such an old reliable. It's a playstyle that has not really changed all too much since its first inception so many years ago in the RLCS. You're seeing these teams really rely on it. It's the kind of chemistry that these rosters are relying on. So right now, it's a battle of chemistry, it's a battle of holding your nerve, and it's a battle of who has the better infield passes. So far, it's even, but after time, we're going to see one of these passes eventually break through and give the team the win. Kadante! Oh, maybe that's it! Osklo found him here. The duo from last season does it again.
Just strip this right on over. Look at that. Osklo sets it on up. Kadante able to pop it right over the top of the lone defender for MishMash Gaming. Torrent Vagabond, they have themselves the lead. This is an opportunity to get 2 games up right now to lead the series nice 2-0 and to strip away that potential for MishMash Gaming. Kadante gets ball control, flips it on down. Phoenix tries to set it on up. Velops there to deny. 15 seconds remain here in game number 1. Extralex takes it up to the back wall, trying to get this one on here. Clear ball gets there. Open goal potential. Osklo gets on back. It's a 1v1 scenario. Hydro not able to get that one on down with the ball knocked out away. Ball gone down to the opposite side. That's the game 2-game lead for Torrent Vagabond.
Yeah, now another close battle, another 1-goal difference. It's been essentially back and forth, and this looked a whole lot better for MishMash Gaming when it started. Offense, full control. But as you said, they couldn't make anything out of it during this game. They had their options. They had their plays. They just couldn't make it work. They couldn't make their chance. They couldn't make their shots. Vagabond did by the end of this thing. That's the difference here, is that shooting accuracy, that shooting potential. MishMash Gaming showed that they had it. They just couldn't put it all together. Torrent Vagabond, the seasoned offense that they are, the seasoned aggressive team that they are, that's something that that comes second nature to them, and something that MishMash Gaming are going to have to adapt to quickly.
Very impressive from Torrent Vagabond. You know, first off, they get a goal down right off the rip. Not feeling too good. Then after that, it felt like MishMash Gaming, the rotation potential, they were just moving back and forth. A nice little swivel, creating this Gatling gun of pressure on Torrent Vagabond. Torrent Vagabond, though, they held strong. They maintained through that difficult time and were able to find some offense themselves, able to find some shots themselves, then able to find some goals themselves. end up taking the actual goal at the shot advantage. 7-5 leaded that one to end out the game number 2, to then close out game number 2 in a nice 2-1 fashion. It's really just stay true, stay steadfast. You'll come out on top, just wear them down, will them on down. You'll find your openings, and that's exactly what Torrent Vagabond did.
The question now I have to ask is for this MishMash Gaming team, no tactical timeout taken here. You know Hydra's going to be put into a lot of work. They're down 2-0 in their quarterfinals. They were here last season and couldn't get out of the quarterfinals, and they may be doing it all over again. The question is, though, as well, is that, you know, the way that things are going for them, why did not take that tactical timeout? They have one. They can use it whenever they want to, but no choice to take it here. They're going to keep it for this game, but if things don't go well this game, I think they use it, but things are so much tougher for them. I'm surprised they didn't take their tactical timeout, because even though the games have been close, if they lose this one, they're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. We have never seen the best 7 versus sweep on this stream, and for MishMash Gaming, as much as I like this team, I don't think today's the day we're going to see them do it.
You know what? Any given Sunday, or, well, Friday at this point right now, dropped on down right in front of the goal. Osklo sends it, not going to lock that one on down. Ball stripped away. Going over to Torrent Vagabond's side of the pitch. First 60 seconds off the board. No score so far. Who's going to end up taking it out on top is going to be the big question. I'm kind of wondering if MishMash Gaming is like, okay, you know what? Just get us into the next game. Keep us moving. Keep Torrent Vagabond on the back foot. Is it going to work out in their favor? So far, I'm going to say no. Okay, Dante, we're able to get one, put it right on through. It's going to be Torrent Vagabond to take the advantage. You look at that last game. You look at how much pressure MishMash Gaming had right off the rip. It felt like they're the ones who got worn down. So maybe that timeout is something that needs to be taken into account going out of this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Extralex, there's no chance to block another bump attempt from Vagabond. We haven't seen a ton this game, but they have done enough that they've scared MishMash Gaming into expecting those bumps, expecting that kind of bump attack. We haven't seen a lot of it, but when it has happened, it's worked. And Extralex there got bumped out the way. Now it's Phoenix, blocked by Velops. Okay, Dante up. It's Osklo. It's a Phoenix. He's got room. Velops is up, but Phoenix is going to beat him. Back wall, second, in the back of the net. Torrent Vagabond have gone absolutely haywire.
2-goal lead. They kept the pressure going. Look at that. Phoenix. I honestly almost like Phoenix kept the pressure right there. Just keeping it over. Okay, you know what? I'll cover my own rebound. I'll keep up. I'll send it on back into. I'll be my setup. I'll be my secure 2-goal lead for Torrent Vagabond. Now they have some room to work with. 3.5 minutes still remain, so a lot of game time still to go for MishMash Gaming. But like we said over at the start of this game, like we were saying halfway through last game, it feels like MishMash Gaming starting to get worn on down. I honestly think that first game going 8.5 minutes did a lot of that, played a huge factor in that.
They look like they got a third one here. Velops will get back in time as Hydro chipped on the way. K. Dante all by himself. He'll leave it to the back wall. Osklo for 3-0. He'll fake it down. Hydro got there in time. Low boost for MishMash Gaming. The only one left with anything is Velops. K. Dante beats him. It is wide open for Phoenix. And a 3-0 lead. Torrent Vagabond of Torrent Core continue the scoring.
Set up very well by K. Dante, dropped on down. Phoenix able to swoop on in and get his second goal of the game. Game number 3, 3-0 Torrent Vagabond. Here's your kickoff. We got about 3 minutes remaining. A whole lot of threes right now for game number 3. K. Dante pops it on up, not letting Extralex get pressure. Hydro strips it away, though, carries it on down. It's Osklo for the denial. Velops goes, sends it up, hop up to the back wall. Extralex puts it on in. Good follow-up, good rebound, good control, and MishMash Gaming are on the board.
See, for being such a defensive player, he hasn't had to play a lot of. He hasn't made a lot of defense so far today in terms of what his teammates have done. What we're seeing here from MishMash Gaming is Extralex really trying to take the lead of this team. And I mentioned before that Extralex would be the player to watch for the defensive side. He hasn't had to do much though defensively because he just hasn't chosen to. He's played more of an aggressive role. Surprised to see that change up, but for MishMash Gaming, they've lost their best defender to offense. Now the question is, I gotta ask, is how is Velops and Hydro going to follow in his footsteps? Because if this team needs defense, clearly Extralex doesn't want to play it. Velops and Hydro have to play that role instead.
I'm wondering if the best defense is a good offense for MishMash Gaming. We saw how much control they had at the start of game number 2, where they were able to keep that rotational pressure going on to Torrent Vagabond. But what just happened? He just drops it on down? Look at this. I mean, there's even a defender in goal. Look at Osklo is just like, okay, pop up, K. Dante, just and drop it right on down and in. Was it just the little redirect that put it off of Extralex?
That was a beautiful shot and even better play. It's the kind of stuff that I've seen K. Dante do so many times, and yet with the pressure on him here and the biggest stage, with it being playoffs, to do something like that is definitely not something you see often here. But that will tell you just how badly this game has gone so far. As we may have actually had a disconnect here. Dante scored a goal so good, he's disconnected while we're waiting. Unfortunately, this game will continue onward until we get a macro, until a goal goes in. But for MishMash Gaming, down by 3 at this point with just a little time to go. Do they even have a chance at coming back? Osklo, Phoenix to clear it away. Velops will go to the ceiling. A second touch. No chance there. It's going to hit to the net. Extralex will keep things airborne. Now he'll set it in front. Osklo and Phoenix both run into each other. Velops. Oh, it's a bad pass. And all the way back goes MishMash Gaming. Even against 2 players, they still cannot score.
Ball popped up, Extralex goes for the double, swatted away by Osklo. Follow-up is there by Hydro, never mind. Phoenix is there now. They can't get it against the 2. Torrent Vagabond are holding down 4-1 lead, and they're still able to keep it. When is Dante gonna get back? I don't know. Is he even needed at this point? Another one swatted away by Osklo. 60 seconds left, and there's a 3-goal difference between Torrent Vagabond and MishMash Gaming. Volop's finally able to put one in, but you still got 2 more to go to tie. 3 to take the lead, and there's 55 seconds.
Yeah, but with that goal, we are going to get a quick pause here to see if we can get Dante back in this game. But Velops, finally a goal for MishMash Gaming. That is going to be a major issue for them right now. The fact that they took that long to get a goal against only 2 of the 3 players. So while we have a pause, we'll get Dante reconnected for the last 55 seconds of this game. MishMash Gaming, that might be more tilting than how the rest of this game has gone for them. The fact that they couldn't score against 2 players for all that time in a game that they have to win. Now with the likely situation once Dante joins back in that they're going to go down 3-0 in this series. I don't know what's going to happen here for MishMash Gaming, but I'm expecting they're going to take that tactical timeout. I'm expecting they're going to take that extra minute in between. I gotta ask though, if you're Hydro, he's the coach of this team, you're the one that's like that in-game leader, what do you tell Velops and Extralex? Because you gotta complete a reverse sweep. This is a very difficult thing to do. It's never happened on this stream. What do you tell them, going into Game 4, going into Sovereign Heights?
I really think you need to take a step back and look at your team and go, okay, you know what? Yes, it's an uphill battle. Guys, it was an uphill battle from the start. Going into this, we were coming in at the lowest seed of the playoffs. We were coming in with the most difficult record, trying to pull this one on back, pull this one on through. We're no strangers to the uphill battle, okay? Now we just need to take a breather and go, we know what we need to do. There's a reason we're here. We just got to pull together, get our heads on straight, take a breather, take that timeout. Maybe you just take that timeout to take that breather, okay? The big thing is going to come down to is you need to make sure you're keeping your thumbs moving. You're making sure you're doing what you need to do because you find yourself in this situation. I mean, I think just the 2v3 scenario says plenty right there. MishMash Gaming, they're feeling it. They're feeling a little bit tired. They're feeling a little bit worn. They're feeling a little bit down, whatever it may be. They just got to get their head on straight, put this ball on into the net, find these 2. I mean, there's still potential here in game number 3 to pull this ahead, okay? To make it a 2-1 and to not find yourself in that potential 4-game point scenario. It's not a fun thing to say.
Yeah, we are actually getting an interesting decision here. The Torrent Vagabond side is electing to play 2v3 for the last part of this game. Now, you're not allowed to start a game 3v3, but you are allowed to end it on a 2v3. So they're going to elect to play 2v3 for the rest of this game. That may not have been a good choice for them. 53 seconds left, and now it's 4-3. Torrent Vagabond will be scored right off the kickoff here. And they made this choice. They want to play 2v3. They even mentioned they just want this game to end. And, well, I don't know. The teams are allowed to wait a little bit for a technical issue, but they want to have this game end. They want to give themselves a couple extra minutes afterwards here, but for MishMash Gaming, this decision may just be the decision to let them back in this game.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Utilize this 2v3 to your advantage. Stay calm, cool, collected, and just make it happen. You know what you need to do. Fundamentals, fundamentals, fundamentals. But Sporty, the fundamentals have been the issue from the get-go for both of these teams, for Torrent Vagabond and MishMash Gaming alike. Now they have an opportunity to make this happen. They put one on in, find one more, tie this on up, find another, take the lead, and you aren't going to find yourself in that 4-game match point scenario. 20 seconds will decide. Ball right in front of the goal of Torrent Vagabond, dropped down over left side corner, deflected by Osklo, playing great defense in the 2v3 scenario, swatted away to the opposite side of the pitch entirely. Ball in favor of MishMash Gaming. They got to make it happen. They got to make it happen here, Sporty.
Yeah, they do. They only have one last chance in this regulation, and Torrent Vagabond looking eager to just end it here. They will. 3-0 for Torrent Core in this series. They've successfully defended on the 2v3, but yet another 1-goal difference. And now the question is, are we going to get K Dante back? You cannot start a game 3v3, so we're going to give them a couple minutes to get that sorted. But while we wait, MishMash Gaming, if they elect, they can take their tactical time out here, take an extra minute in between games to talk. If they choose to do so, this will be a very important moment. Rather, if they choose, or even if they don't choose to take that tactical timeout, this is an important moment for Ijo, because this is where you got to talk to your team, rally them together, and go for one last major push through this quarterfinals.
Man, when they scored that, when MishMash Gaming scored that 1 goal right off the kickoff, I was like, okay, you know what? We got some potential right here to pull this one on through. Unfortunately, not able to get through, not able to break through Torrent Vagabond for the remaining 40 seconds. Unfortunate for them. Now they find themselves 3-0 down in the quarterfinals. Their entire season on the line right here in season 6 of the Apex Cup over at the Ascent Tournament Series. And honestly, $200 on the line as well. They want to find themselves in day 2, find themselves in the semifinals, but you really just need to pull it together. There's potential here. It really is, I think, just fundamentals when we look at it at the base of things.
Timeout called, by the way, by Torrent Vagabond here. So clearly the issues they have, they need an extra minute. So they are going to get their tactical timeout called by Vagabond. So in fact, it will not be MishMash Gaming who's holds timeout. It will be Vagabond who calls it. So they're going to get an extra minute here before we have the technical timeout clock start, because it is a technical issue that is leading into this. The benefit for them, though, is, I mean, they're not going to have much to talk about at this point. They've already done what they need to do. The way that they're playing, they're right now the better team of the two against MishMash Gaming. But while we wait, we might as well talk about what's happening later tonight here as well. We've got a lot more matches. Our bracket itself is a lot more competitive, and there's a lot more happening in it. Our next match, SP Strikers Team Evo Academy. I'm looking forward to that match. That match is going to be great, ZekVexol, as is any match this bracket. But that will be our next match after this one. The last of Solus Pef taking on the last of Team Evo in our Apex Cup. And, you know, having talked to the Solus Pef owners not too long before tonight, they mentioned this feels like their last best chance to win a tournament here as well. They've got a couple teams in Pinnacle Cup. They've got no teams in Phoenix Cup. But they mentioned this is a team that they have confidence in to win a tournament. And, well, for SP Strikers, there's not much more pressure on you than, you know, having your org mentioned publicly. They want you to win.
Yeah, you got to make sure you're living up to those expectations. And that's where you really got to walk into the game and take a deep breath. Okay, yes, people are going to be watching. There, you know, all the expectations on us to make something happen here. I don't want to say these are two of the good middle of pack throughout the regular season teams, but it feels like a decent thing to say. I mean, SP Strikers, they're 4-1 throughout the regular season coming on in here. Team Evo Academy, 3-2, the number 3 seed of the A bracket. So you kind of got your best of both worlds. I do look at this B bracket, this B division, though, and there are a lot of heavy hitters across the board. I mean, between SP Strikers, between MishMash Gaming, who've had definitely an uphill battle across the rest of the season as well, with Kawaii Sisters sitting there as a number 3 seed over another great roster full of great people. We're going to be seeing that one a lot later. And then Alchemy Esports, the 5-0 undefeated team as well. So it's been a difficult bracket throughout the regular season, leading into a difficult bracket throughout the playoffs. So I'm kind of curious on how this one is going to play out, how well SP Strikers, with their 4-1 record, with their, I want to say, you know what, I'm not going to say that. That would not have been right. You know, let me know what you think.
Well, the benefit is, I'm honestly not thinking too much here, but K Dante will be joining back in just a minute. So the nice thing is, it seems like K Dante's issues have been resolved and will be back in just a few moments. But we talked about our $200 prize pool today. That's split across the two winners, 130 for the winner, 70 for second place. So there's a lot to play for here, ZekVexol. And you know what, you weren't here on the pre-desk, as it seems like everybody's back in. While we go into this matchup, is there any team that you're looking to stop at? You didn't get to ask this question on the pre-desk, but is there any team in this bracket that you think is the team to win it, is your favorite to win this tournament?
You know what? I got to give it over to Kawaii Sisters, just because flat out, no stats needed. I love the name. I love your team picture. I love Tamako Market. If there's anything that's a comfy anime for me, come on. We're definitely top 5. Osclo, opening goal. You know, I'll talk more about Kawaii Sisters a little bit later. Torrent Vagabond says, hey, I'll talk about us right now. We're going to close out the series.
And they're already off to a pretty good start, as this one will be sent in out of Osclo. You mentioned as well, Osclo, definitely seems to be a pretty serious team leader today, and he seems like he's making things happen as now a complete overcommit. Oscar looking for a second. Oh, he's gonna get it too. Torrent Vagabond just add another, and for MishMash Gaming, I don't know if I want to say this, ask this question, but is their head even in it right now? Feels like their mental space isn't in it. Feels like this team has sort of given up at this point. Is the mental there for them? Because if it isn't, that would explain why these 2 goals have come in so quickly. But every game before this, it's been a pretty big battle for Torrent Vagabond to even get on the board.
You have such an issue where Torrent Vagabond, they're picking it up even more and more and more, and I felt like that 2v3, while it was a difficult thing for MishMash Gaming, it was an ignition under Torrent Vagabond. It looks like MishMash able to find one, though, so stopping the pressure, the 2-0 instant push from Torrent Vagabond, finding one on the board. There's still 4.5 minutes left here on the clock, but I don't want to say mental shot, but it's definitely teetering.
Yeah, that mental is going to be a big issue for them here, whether they like it or not. I mean, a 4-game comeback is not easy, especially with every game being a 1-goal difference, and especially with last game not even able to get to overtime with having played 3v2 for the last minute of the game. Torrent Vagabond have a lot of things going in their favor, and for a team that wants to win their 2nd championship, something that only 2 other teams before them have ever done, that being 100X Knight and Evolve Skylight, and the first to do it in the Apex Cup, our longest continuous running division in the Ascend Tournament Series ever since Season 1 we've had an Apex Cup. Torrent Vagabond would love to get a championship, love to get that 2nd win, love to get that 2nd victory, but for them, at least for tonight, this is the start as Dante Oslo looking to make it 3-1, won't get it there. A 1-goal difference still stands, but again, for MishMash Gaming, I mean, you can tell they're just slowing it down. They're trying to slow this thing down. I don't know if that's an intentional decision from them or not, but ZekVexol, this is a much slower game, a much more methodical game. Do you think that plays into MishMash Gaming's strengths?
I think it's going to benefit them. When you look over at game number 1, I want to really emphasize game number 1 in specific, where we saw a lot of openings from MishMash Gaming, where they were leaving the goal undefended. You know what? First off, Oslo hat trick, very good. Congratulations. First hat trick of the night, by the way. In our 4 series that we're going to be having, it's going to go over to Oslo, who played a killer defense at the end during the 2v3 scenario in game number 3. But Torrent Vagabond, they were putting the ball in the right spots. Look at game number 1 in specific. The ball was there in front of the goal. There were openings created by MishMash Gaming, and it just came down to Torrent Vagabond not being able to put the ball in the net. That was my big thing about them. Then I said, hey, if you can put the ball in the net, you're going to find these opportunities. Look exactly what they're doing throughout game 2, game 3, now game 4, finding themselves 3-1 up. It really just came down to locking down those fundamentals. For MishMash Gaming, I want to say yes, get the ball away, just play the ball a little bit, play the clock a little bit, just try to maintain control, because if you let Torrent Vagabond get the ball, if you let them do that, they will put it in the right spot, and now they're going to lock it on down on top of it.
Yeah, they really are, and the pressure is on them to perform well here. They'll keep on moving, they'll keep on playing, but this is going to be tough for them. 3-1 in favor of Torrent Vagabond. Half the game to go. If MishMash Gaming wants to stay alive in the tournament, they're going to need at least 2 more goals this regulation, possibly even more, and they're going to need to do it soon. Time is not their friend.
2 minutes remain in what could be MishMash Gaming's season. Oslo picks up the ball, carries it on down into the 1v1 with Velocity. He's going to put it on him. He's going to just get his 4th one right here. Oslo's 4th in game number 4, and Torrent Vagabond's 4th. Okay, thank you.
2 minutes to go, and for MishMash Gaming, do you have anything left in the tank now? I mean, this has been an exhausting series for them, and not for the right reasons. It's been exhausting, it's been tough. They've been beat in and out and everything in between. And although the last 3 games have all been 1-goal differences, coming into this one, Torrent Vagabond with the heavy favorites have definitely proven why they're the heavy favorites, and Oslo looking to add more to it. This feels a little bit more like what we were expecting out of them, and a lot more of what the series was sort of playing like. This is Torrent Vagabond doing what they like to do. This is Torrent Vagabond, I think, on, I don't know if I even want to say this, but on like 50% power. This is Torrent Vagabond, 50% power. They're not even really taking it all that seriously anymore. This is the team really playing a relaxed gameplay, and MishMash Gaming is still struggling against it here. 90 seconds to go, but it feels like this is going to be the last 90 seconds for MishMash Gaming. Cleared away by Extra. Lex gets them up on Oslo. Phoenix to clear. Okay, Dante's already up. He's got Oslo in behind. This one's sent back. No one there, but They'll race back to the net. It's going to fall in for Velops, and Torrent Vagabond maybe getting a bit too cute with it. This is really going to hurt them here.
Man, Torrent Vagabond saying this isn't even my final form, though. Like, great goal from MishMash Gaming. You got 70 seconds right now to pull this one on back, find it 2 more. But the way that I'm looking at it, with all 4 goals here in game number 4 scored by Osclo alone, okay? I want to look at the regular season as well. K Dante was the score leader for this Torrent Vagabond Gaming. So the fact that he's not, okay, thank you. Let me talk about you so you can just will a goal into existence, because I'm about to say, yeah, you have the goal lead by nearly double for the rest of your team. The guy has been an absolute menace throughout the regular season, putting one on in. I say as soon as K Dante starts going for the shots, going for goals himself, congratulations. Here you have Torrent Vagabond going to walk away with this one.
Yeah, it is, and with the minutes to go, it just feels like 1 more minute for the season of MishMash Gaming, and for Torrent Vagabond a minute to really unleash everything they want. 6-2. Osclo will take another, but for MishMash Gaming, yet again another punch to the guts in what has been a season that unfortunately is oh so reminiscent of season 5, where they made it to the top 8, couldn't get past that quarterfinals, and Torrent Vagabond making it even worse for her. This is a defiant for a victory. And now I ask, is this a message to anyone else that's going to play against this Torrent Vagabond team? We had questions about this team coming in today. I had questions about Torrent Vagabond coming into today. Is this a message, ZekVexol? Do you think this serves as a good message for anyone else in this bracket? And if so, what do you think the message is that Torrent Vagabond has?
I think the message is we came, we saw, we conquered last season, we're coming, we're seeing, and guess what? We're about to conquer as well here in season number 6. Give us that 2-peat, make it happen again. Give us that back-to-back. They are absolutely dominant, but it's really that 2v3 that made such a statement for me when Osclo just dominated defensively, when he absolutely held down against all 3 members of MishMash Gaming. That right there was a huge statement. Then to come in here, game number 4, 5 goals under his belt, almost the double hat trick. 12 seconds remain on the clock. Still potential to make it happen off this kickoff. But let me tell you right now, all eyes on Osclo, all eyes on Torrent Vagabond.
Yeah, all eyes will be on them tomorrow as well. They've successfully qualified for the semifinals, so you'll see the #1 overall seed and a winner from last season be here again tomorrow for a sweep, taking down MishMash Gaming. For MishMash Gaming, their run is over, and unfortunately it's over rather quickly, but that's only our first of 4 quarterfinals today, ZekVexol. Of course, next up is, of course, SP Strikers and Team Evo Academy. So the tournament, far from over, far from done. Torrent Vagabond have shown us what they're made of today. Tomorrow, we're going to get to see them again, and for our upcoming matchup here, SP Strikers and Evo Academy. What a match it's going to be. A lot on the line for that. Another quarterfinals up ahead. It's only the start of today's incredible action.
That's right. SP Strikers, Team Evo Academy going to be coming immediately after this. Only the first one off the board, and what an electric one it was. I was honestly looking at that game 1. I'm not gonna double back on what I said. Watching that one go in 8.5 minutes of game time for our very first game, 3.5 minutes of overtime. I was like, yeah, we got a series on our hands right now. But man, it really came down to those things that we said. Torrent Vagabond, MishMash Gaming, who's gonna clean up the fundamentals first? It was Torrent Vagabond. Come on, they had the ball in the right spot, and then it just came down to the secure, just having that, okay, be a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left, make sure the ball goes on in instead of going wide. They locked down those goals. They found themselves the leads. They found themselves the games, and here they find themselves in the semifinal. So well played, cleaning things on up. Now you got to start out strong tomorrow, okay? You can't just sit there and allow the game to go on and be like, okay, you know, because that's going to give opportunity to whoever your opponent is, who we will find out in the next series between SP Strikers versus Team Evo Academy.
Yeah, we're going to be off to a quick break. When we come back, another quarterfinals. SP Strikers, Team Evo Academy. Stick around for more quarterfinals action.
Someone hear it whispering, I could be the one you're missing. got that glint in your eye. Don't hold back, I wanna see you try. Might get my heart racing, but I'm not breaking. Go ahead and beat me. Go ahead and beat me. Don't hold back, I wanna see you try. Go ahead and beat me. Been around the block a time or two. Ain't a damn thing that I can do. And you got me thinking you might just be the one. Go ahead and beat me. Go ahead and beat me. Go ahead and beat me. Don't hold back, I wanna see you try. Go ahead and beat me. 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 Rising with each beat of the music is bringing. We're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full. I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive. We're just listening. We're existing.
Welcome back to the Season 6 Apex Cup Championship. We just saw a 4-0 sweep of the quarterfinals. So for Torrent Vagabond, their hopes of winning their second straight championship are still alive, but that's only the first of 4 matches tonight. If you take a look at our bracket, our next series is only a few moments away. SP Strikers taking on their opponents in Team Evo Academy, another long-standing team in Team Evo Academy. But before we get into that, we got to talk about what we just saw here, ZekVexol. Torrent Vagabond, 4-0, a complete dominant performance, and they looked incredible. They really did.
It really came down to those fundamentals. Who was going to clean up the fundamentals first? It was Torrent Vagabond. This is a team who, they took it last season. They're ready to take it again this season. They were able to make the quick adaptations on the fly. Now, while I'd like to see a team come in right off the rip and be absolutely perfect, you got to understand that ain't going to be the case almost ever. Okay. The thing that I really liked, though, Torrent Vagabond, they were able to sit there and pull things together. They were able to get that mental under check, and they were able to make the adaptations on the fly to be able to come out on top. That's what I liked seeing.
Yes,
Yeah, as
they
well-
sure did. Let me sporty. Anyway, I just want to say I did predict that 4-0. I actually gave them a little too much credit saying they might get 4-1. But no, I did know they would come out, and you know the Dante Oslo duo is pretty darn good, and you know, like I said, I think Dante's on track to be the playoff MVP, and I think it's going to continue for them. But regardless, for our next match, what is it? Strikers Evo Academy. this is not. I don't think this one is going to be as high level as the last one, but certainly no one to mess around with.
Oh, wait, you say not as high level here, Averded. I say just as high level. I want to hear why do you think this match is not going to be so high level? What do you think is going to be different about this series than the last one?
I think. Ooh, that's a good question. But I think this overall, both teams from last match are higher quality. Vagabond is, in my opinion, probably the best team in this bracket. And MishMash, even though I think they were a lower seed, I think they are likely better than both of these teams here. Now, granted, I've never seen Strikers play, but I do know Shawarma, and based on just him alone, I can consider that MishMash is just as, or if not, better. But I could be proven wrong. But regardless, just Vagabond alone, well, they make the game. They raise the stakes. They raise the level of the game. And so I don't think that Evo Academy, this Contact Pilots duo, can quite compare to the Oslo Dante duo, in my opinion.
Well, Evo Academy, they always put together a solid roster. Don't get me wrong, Team Evo has always been a solid, fundamental core unit. But the way that I look at with this B division, I talked about it a little bit earlier when we were in the last series. MishMash Gaming, a strong team nonetheless. You look at SP Strikers, though, they are the number 2 seed over there in that B division. They beat out MishMash Gaming 3-1 in week number 5. They beat out Kawaii Sisters, another roster that is looking very dominant that I'm excited to see once we get over to that game 4 tonight. But also I'm looking at week number 3 in specific against Alchemy Esports, the 5-0 team, the undefeated team, our only undefeated team here in the Apex Cup. They took them all the way to game 5. They went to Champions Field against that team. I'm wondering how this SP Strikers team is going to be showing up against Evo Academy, and if they're going to be able to put them on down just the same.
Well, now's your time for predictions to really tell us what you think. So far, Averded, you're 1 for 1. So you get to go first now and make it 2 for 2. Who do you have winning this one?
Great, thank you. And I just want to say, I think Strikers are going to take it home here. I'm glad that Zek brought that up. They went to Game 5 against Alchemy, because I may have chose Evo Academy. I've played against Academy before, especially Crontek and Pallets, and I know Acebo. We kind of go back. But I just don't think they're going to be able to compare to the Strikers team, even though I've never watched them play. But I got a lot of faith in them and a lot of faith in Shawarma. He's the only player I know. But regardless, I know he wouldn't pick up some nobodies, so I got confidence in them.
ZekVexol, do you agree or do you go against them?
I got to give it 4 to SP Strikers. Like I said, I'm looking throughout the regular season. I'm looking throughout what they've done. And I know I was one person, and I'm like the big person over in the last series who was sitting there saying, man, you got teams who show up throughout the regular season, then you got teams who show up in the playoffs. I'm really just emphasizing on this B division and how much competition there was between it. I got to give it 4 to SP Strikers. I want to see them walk this one through, but I know it's going to be a good fight.
And I've got a 4-1 here. So I think we're all on agreement here that SP Strikers are the team to win this one. But now it's time for these players to prove us right or wrong. So we're going to take a few moments. We're going to move in. The casters for this match are Araufbeastrl and Averded. Take it away.
Sir.
Yeah, glad to be back here on the stream. It's going to be interesting how these two teams here try to take this one series out. I do believe, again, Striker's going to be the one taking this one. Big Solus Path fan. Just gotta love just stock the teams that he decides to pull together here every single time we go to the ATS.
And I don't know how much of the pre-show you were watching, but which team? I want to hear your opinion. What team you think is gonna take it away here?
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting. I'm still gonna be with Alchemy here. It's my prediction, I think, from the pre-show there, but I do think SP Striker's going to keep this one close. Probably going to take this one, probably 4-2. So it'll be interesting if we get another Alchemy versus SP Strikers matchup.
That would be pretty interesting. Apparently, it went to Game 5, but regardless, you predicted the exact same 4-2 scoreline as Zek. I think it's going to be a little more one-sided than that. But regardless, we're going to start it. And actually, we are... oh, there he is. There he is. Anyway, Dutchy's going to start off as a kickoff here. Brandon going to take control early. Tech probably just going to boom this back. No, Brandon is going to waterfall. This is going to be an early goal, and it won't be saved away by Cade.
Yeah, quite a close one there. SP Strikers got to be a little bit cautious there on the counterattacks from Team Evo that could come here. And speaking of which, here goes back downfield. Oh, that's a close one. Dushi nearly able to get the clear in time.
And a great save from him there, too. Could have been pretty dangerous. Brandon going to try solo player. 0 boost. Almost slowing Banana. Banana takes it. Almost double. Dushy going to come in. Sought this bottom left. And immediately here, I'm seeing... I noticed this Strikers team is already looking much faster than Evo Academy. And I granted it is only 30 seconds into game 1. But, you know, if the series is going to keep going on like this, if this is any sort of trend, this is going to be a long series for Evo Academy. So they're going to need to... They're going to need to change something up, maybe play a little faster, but regardless, let's see how they can turn this game around into their favor.
Yeah, and Quintech already trying to look for one there, trying to find the equalizer. Pallets gonna have to leave this alone. Cade does find the follow-up, but again, SP Strikers just not that much pressure on their goal line right now. Team Evo Academy has got to find a way to keep prodding and poking, find their way to cherry pick as many goals as they can. That's the only way you're going to be able to take down this SP Striker squad. It continues to go downfield. It's a great touch there, but fortunately, just not enough here for Team Evo Academy as they continue to struggle a little bit in the first half here.
Of course, and one player that I pointed out before the match started in Shawarma, I don't know if he's here. I don't know if he's Dushy or if he's not in this match at all, but that's a player coming into this match that I was like looking forward to see, but he turns out he may not even be here. But regardless, we're seeing Team Evo turning it around, getting more on offense. This could be a wide open net. It is for Pallets. Never gonna miss that one. That's just gonna be handed to him. Was this Brandon that missed this? I believe it was. No boost, but just kind of... Oh, Banana missed it, and Brandon. Pallets, he's gonna take that one every day of the week, and they equalize. But they're not gonna find that every single time. So they're gonna need to get a little more creative.
You gotta be a little bit careful if you're SP Strikers. I don't want to give Team Evo too much credit here. Gotta be a little bit more better on the defense. That's what wins championships here. What we say a lot for the NFL and the college football playoffs as well, but works very well in Rocket League. We saw it out of NRG this season in RLCS, but SP Strikers gonna pull out their NRG here if they really want to get back into this series in the driver's seat.
Nice pre-jump coming up from Dushy, showing his confidence, and that it seemed that was it got past Evo Academy, and another shot coming out from Dushy, but it seems like Dushy is playing pretty confident, pre-jumping his teammates and just playing upfield a lot as Brandon comes in after the double tap attempt from Dushy off of Pallets' miss. You don't like to see that from Pallets, but regardless, again, we see a crucial mistake coming out from Evo Academy, giving Strikers a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing about the defense there. You had 2 people in the net. You gotta have somebody to make the save. Somebody's gotta go. Team Evo Academy, you're gonna get scored on each and every single time if you leave it open. Brennan taking this one up though. Has the 50 nearly, but Cade does get the beat here. Gets it back downfield. Nobody ready for this one. This could be apparently Banana for the clear before he gets deleted. Dushy to the backboard. It's gonna pass to Brandon. It's gonna be another goal here. SP Strikers gonna extend the lead.
As we're finding another crucial mistake from Pallets, is missing that ball, or not missing, but getting a horrible 50 there, and that's not what you want to see from him. But a great dunk coming up from Dusty to pass once again to Brandon. I believe it's their second goal to assist connection there from those two, so looking like a pretty solid duo. But they're just in control of this game as Brandon is going to try and keep it in. No, but Banana will. Pallets sends it downfield, but nobody's there to follow it up, but Strikers has no boost. Brandon is taken off the field. Banana to come in, cut, get the save. Dusty gets it away, contact, and he's moving this back. And as you see, there's no one to follow up for Evo Academy, so Brendan will have some space. Kind of gives it away, though. Here comes Cade. Will he have the double? He's not going to find it. He doesn't have enough boost, but here comes contact. He's going to go backboard. His Pallets there is last. He's going to dive in. This could be an open net, and we're not going to see it. And is apparently Banana wearing a Buccaneers football
I do
helmet?
believe he is, yeah. But interesting, sending all 3 players as well on that play, trying to find one. Still not going to find a goal here. Dushy trying to find a forward, apparently being Banana last man back. Does find the clear downfield. Pallets, oh, what a 50 there. Brandon just trying to fit his way through. Has no boost. Dushy does have the read on this one. It's almost a great air dribble up from Pallets, but fortunately, Dushy does find the clear away. Brandon can be bumped off of this one, but somehow still stays on it. Brandon for the pass to the midfield. Great bump, could be one here. Dushy gonna put it away.
And again, this Brandon Dushy combo, Brandon just doing everything here. Gets a good 50, gets a beat, gets a bump, and Dushy there to clean it up. Contact not expecting, and that's what you love to see. They're just doing more on offense with what they have. I think Evo Academy has spent a lot of time on offense, but they haven't really had any substance, while as Strikers have kind of had the opposite. They haven't really been on there too much, but it's been very efficient offense. Good bumps, good passes, good 50s, and keeping them when they need to. But Cade gonna come here. This is a 3v1. Gonna try the double, does not find it though. Banana gonna try and clear it out. No. Pallets gonna go for a flick. Nobody to follow him up, but a bad touch from Banana leads to more offense from Evo Academy. Dushy gonna try and get it out. I don't know if that's quite what he wanted, but regardless, Brendan is gonna take it, has a little boost, goes for a shot. Can't find it, stayed away by Pallets. Is there someone to follow it up? Himself. But now there's nobody else. Is going to be Striker's ball. An unfavorable touch as it'll go to Krontek, looking for a pass. Brandon, it's someone to go right past him. Cade gets stopped out by Banana, and Brandon going to try and get it out again. But this will just be the end of game 1 here. Going in next game, RF, what do you think they're going to need to change, Evo Academy? I mean, to maybe stop some goals from going in and get some more of their own.
I don't think it's necessarily the stopping the goals from going in. It's just the pressure, the control that they just do not have here. SP Strikers just absolutely all over the ball, able to take control, take their time. They're just being given too much space. Team Evo Academy's just gotta cut that off.
Yeah, and I think a big thing is stopping this Brandon Dushy combo. Maybe playing a little slower on defense. Getting some more 50s that go in their favor and cutting off those mid passes, as well as on offense. You need to play to look for your teammates some more. They're trying to just solo play, and they're not getting very efficient hits on offense that will lead to goals. The only goal they got was off of a double whiff from Strikers, and they're not going to do that 5 times in a match, which is what would have had to happen this game for them to win. As we see Krontek not even breaking 100 points, but I think next game maybe they'll realize that, especially the defensive end. But on offense, we hope we can figure it out and make it more closer of a series. But got to get into game 2 here.
Yeah, SP Strikers still played a very solid game here, so we do look to see them to try and take game 2 with a little bit more caution, though. Team Evo Academy probably already know they know what they've already got to fix here, but here we go. Game 2. Ready to roll here on Forbidden Temple.
But we love to see Pallets and Brandon starting off the kickoff here, and immediately Evo Academy is going to go in their favor, but no one to follow it up as Banana looks for a pass. Nobody there, though. This could be a boom out from Krontek. It is. Brandon going to try and catch. Doesn't have a teammate immediately on it, but Dushy gets another favorable 50. Pallets comes in for a dunk. This could be straight in. A double commit coming out from Strikers. Can Evo Academy keep this pressure up?
Yeah, great play there from Evo Academy. You want to see the opportunities like that. Find the options. If you know it's going to work, you've got to make it stick. Fortunately, they couldn't make it stick, but they still have the pressure here. SP Strikers get a little bit more pinned on their own half here to start off game 2. You got to be careful here. Here's a shot. Here's a goal for Krontek. That's what you want to see out of Team Evo Academy.
And what an effort here. I see Pallets getting that force, making Banana kind of pass the ball away, not get quite what he wants. Krontek taking a good mid-touch to himself there, not just hitting it away mindlessly and taking the free shot over a zero boost Banana. And that's the type of offense we need to see, that coordinated, kind of two-man play, regardless if they're passing to each other or not. Using multiple people on offense is always a way to get yourself goals. And as we see here, immediately they're right back on offense with a bad pinch from Dushy. He's going to keep Evo Academy on offense again. Maybe a fake or a miss coming up from Cade. Pass into mid to Krontek, and Krontek will find it, sliding it left off of the pass from Cade.
Yeah, I don't know what happened here. It's starting to look like SP Strikers, Team Evo Academy both actually swapped accounts here. SP Strikers starting to not really have the same pressure, starting to be a little bit weird here considering what we saw that they could do here in game 1. Game 2 just so odd to see how SP Strikers just trying to adjust. Apparently Banana up for this one. Couldn't exactly get the touch. It is back to Cade. Dushy does find the clear. Palace got to take it away. Apparently Banana from the wall, looking for one. Had to use his foot just to stay close. And it's back downfield. It's another opportunity, but nobody make the follow-up. And Krontek actually gonna trade here with apparently Banana as it continues to go towards the orange side here. SP Strikers, we're gonna try and counter.
And we see, I think we're not seeing as many Evo Academy issues for mistakes because they're not on defense like they were last game, and they on offense they're playing their pressure much better. And if they can keep it up, I think this game will go just like how it is right now. As long as they don't make any crucial mistakes, no weird double commits, no random whiffs, I think they'll be able to hold this game down. They're playing pretty well, and we don't need touches like that. Contact pass straight to apparently Banana, slotted top left. That is not what you want to see from Contact. Definitely, I do not believe that's what he meant to do. Regardless, so good touch from Dushy to kind of force Contact to pass it out, and you can't teach that. That's just a good shot. No one's saving that.
And that's what we wanted out of apparently Banana. If you look at game one, apparently Banana not really getting us involved here, but absolutely perfect, finding a way to at least bring it within one. Apparently Banana getting way more involved than he has before, so look to see him trying to find a way to bring the Strikers back into this one, especially if he can manage to find the loopholes here in the defense. That one walked away. Dushy does take control here. Oh my, narrowly dodging the bump. Dushy looking for the reset. Does get it mid. Brandon to the back. We're gonna leave it instead. Pallets does find the clear, but not before apparently Banana gets it out to the middle. Dushy with the shot. That's denied. And Pallets able to take control from the corner.
We're seeing good defense coming out from Evo Academy, but regardless, they're getting pressed into their goal line closer and closer. Strikers are making them get it, getting to their goal. And Krontek, another just boom out, trying desperately to get it out of this field, but Strikers playing perfect distance away. And we see a backflip coming out from Banana that will give Evo Academy, some leeway here, as we see Strikers back on offense already again though. Dushy gonna go for a shot. It's not gonna find anything though, but Pallets booming it away. Is there somebody there? There is. Cade a little slow though. He's gonna wait on Brandon's not so favorable touch. Banana off the pass, gonna look for another top left shot. Is not gonna find it, courtesy of Krontek. And we see Pallets on a fantastic read from him there. Apparently Banana gonna have to buy his team some time. Gets it away by Pallets. It should be Cade's ball. It is. No one's on backward though. A double miss. Krontek coming out with a shot saved away by Dushy. Holy cow. And here comes Brandon. It almost gets scored on by Pallets, but we're going to see Evo Academy continue this pressure. And Krontek gets bumped away by Banana. Dushy on 0 boost. And I believe we're going to see another SP Strikers goal here soon based on what I'm seeing.
I wouldn't count our chickens until they hatch here though. Averded. It is getting close. It is going to get it very awkward. Brandon does keep it alive, but Pallets still keeping the pressure alive. SP Strikers gotta be careful. It's so dangerous in front of the net. Krontek looking to try and find his way through. Pallets looking for Cade, but he has no boost. Cade still finds a shot, but it's denied by Dushy. Dushy trying to get this one out, just trying to find a way to get some breathing room for SP Strikers. Cade still on this one. Brendan does get the clear. Pallets got to retreat. Everybody actually on the side of Team Evo had to retreat there. Brendan keeping this one in the corner, but time is ticking away. This is absolutely perfect. The Team Evo Academy just taking as much time off the clock as well. Krontek, what a cuxer there.
Wow, and that is not something you see very often these days. Cuxer pinches so rare to come by, and a great shot from Krontek, and that might just be the dagger for this match. And earlier I said that Strikers might find a goal. I did mean Evo Academy. It may seem like I didn't mean it now, but that is what I meant. I said the wrong team on accident, so But regardless, Krontek with a fantastic shot to put away this game. Hopefully, as long as they do not just give this up, this should be a free game 2 win. And I know we've only had one other series, but for the first time tonight, we will not end in a sweep.
Yeah, it's gonna be really fun to see these two teams compete. I do think Team Evo Academy, great way to start this one off. The SP Strikers just gonna walk down a little bit. I think they realize they have a little bit of momentum against Team Evo Academy. They got a little bit too comfortable. Team Evo Academy just came out swinging right there in the gates.
Yes, they sure did, and especially their offense. It's like night and day compared to game 1, compared to this one. In game 1, they were trying solo plays, getting terrible touches, just passing the ball away. But here, they were playing a little slower on offense, getting those 50s, looking for those passes. As we see Cade All the amazing pass for goal. I believe it was number 2. You can't teach that. And Krontek scoring with all 3 goals. And I think it was complete turnaround, completely unexpected.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing on the SP Strikers too. That just look at the amount of saves they've had. They've had to play defense almost the entire time. Only one shot they did have on them that was not in and that was not saved. That's just how scattered they've been so far on defense. But gonna look forward to seeing them walk down a little bit there. They did get 1 goal. They are a good team here. They managed to come away with game 1, but series now tied at 1 apiece. SP Strikers looking to try and fight back here, prove game 1 was not the fluke that game 2 made it look like.
And I think they're definitely talking. There were a lot of double commits on their part, and where they both jump and miss, and a bunch of things that went wrong for them in that game. But maybe their mental's going to recover here. Dushy almost getting scored on there, actually. Barely a miss, I believe, from that was Krontek. But Banana going to try and send it away. Going to do it all himself. It's not going to find it, though. It's probably Brandon's ball. He has low boost, but gets the 100 at the cost of booming it away. Pallets going to try. And who was that? Krontek almost finds another one, but a great save by Brandon. And apparently Banana going to try and kick it downfield, as Cade can keep it in the corner. Pallet's gonna have to cut him off there, and Strikers, nobody on this team has any boost. Cade gonna boom it away, not quite what he wants, as Pallet isn't gonna be able to find anything. Should be Strikers' ball now. And never mind, Evo Academy is gonna hit it right back mid, and Cade is there for the shot. No, saved away on a little double commit there from the Strikers. Banana gonna pass it down to Dushy, hits it right over his teammate, and immediately from this game already we're seeing some defensive mistakes coming out from the Strikers.
Yeah, it's been a little bit dangerous here. Team Evo Academy just building on the pressure here. SP Strikers did have to get denied a little bit there as they tried out. He's getting a little bit of momentum to start this one. That's not how you want your game 3 to start off. Pallets gonna put himself on the board here. What a pass from Contact as well, though. Gotta give him a little bit of credit on the passing play.
And a little 1-2 back to you there from Pallets. Krontek, let's really let us see a great shot coming out from Pallets, very quick to get up there, and they're gonna be happy with that. But I don't think they've been on defense for a single second of this game until right now. It was Casper's, but they've been under no threats at all. And I have Strikers even gotten a shot? It looks like they've gotten one, but not a very memorable one, if I do say.
Yeah, you just gotta be a little bit cautious. That one, a little bit dangerous as that screamed across. Brandon, apparently Banana finding this one downfield. Brandon trying to chase this one down. It is easily cleared away by Krontek, but apparently Banana still trying to be involved here, trying to keep it close. A demo trade there does keep things interesting as both players finally do respawn in time. Palace, oh, don't want to be missing those. Brandon able to have control here. Around 1, we're going to get this one off the backboard, but it's a great clear from Krontek. Apparently Banana trying to finish that one off. Pallets, and it may be a goal here, but somehow, some way, Team Evo Academy managed to keep this one close.
And that was scarily close to being a goal. We saw a double commit off the backboard there, and very easily could have been. Fortunately for Evo Academy, they did not get scored on, but they might here. Dusty going to go for the double tap, won't find it off the save from Cade. Brandon hits off the corner though, but we're not going to see a commit from Banana. We did, a little late though, way too late, as Cade comes in and gets their second goal. And
yeah, just look at the opening on this as well. Nobody back for SP Strikers. Cade just keeping an eye on the ball, just keeping the follow-up close, and that was just all they needed there to get the counterattack here. Team Evo Academy got the 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and that stems from Banana. I think he hesitated so hard there. He jumped way too late, and maybe if he jumped way sooner, maybe it would turn into a 50 or a goal. But regardless, if you're gonna hesitate, you might as well not even go and get back to your net, and that is what's going to happen if you hesitate here, especially in the playoffs where these people, maybe you're all nervous, but regardless, you can't be making plays like that. And we see Evo Academy is going to get a third goal off of a double demo, and Krontek is going to get, no, it's not his second, it's first of the game, and now all 3 players have a goal.
Yeah, nice everybody to be showing up here in game 3 on the side of Team Evo Academy. I'm trying to keep things close. It's actually not even close up to this point. It is 3-0. SP Strikers yet to have an answer to go into this game 3. keeps up the way it is now, we may see a timeout from SP Strikers. It would be very well warranted. You kind of had such a strong game one, but we keep reflecting that to the only time that we really saw SP Strikers having any bit of good momentum. It's a great shot, but a great save from Pallets to keep that one away. The game's still a show. Scratch that, not a shutout anymore for SP Strikers. They finally do get on the board.
And they do find off of Cade's not so favorable touch. Pallets, no boost. Krontek a little late to that ball and just seemingly awkward. But again, this is actually kind of the opposite of game one. I think that goal is kind of just luckily given to Strikers. They're going to need to create some more organic opportunities if they want to, you know, try and take this game back, because those type of mistakes where Cade is just gonna get a really terrible, you know, really not so favorable or terrible touch on his own goal line, and Pallets have no boost. We're not gonna see that very often, so they're gonna need to change something up still if they're gonna want to find themselves back into this game. But Evo Academy here starting themselves right back where they left off on offense, and Krontek has been doing a great job playing that second to third man of just keeping the ball on the blue side, and it looks like that's kind of the role he's fitting into now, as Banana goes for a redirect off the corner. Is not going to find anything off it though, and here comes Dutchy with a shot. No, saved away by Pallets. Great save, but no one there to follow it up. It should still be Striker's ball. Banana did not beat Krontek to that ball, but Cade is going to keep Evo Academy's offense. Is that in? No, it's off double tap, and a follow-up coming out from Cade. It was not able to find it off the save from Dutchy. Here comes Pallets off the corner to Krontek. Krontek should be able to get a follow-up. No, decides not to. Pallets, not a favorable touch. He gets dimmed away by Banana, but Cade is going to be able to keep it on the blue side. Gets a whiff there. Could be some breathing room, but no. Here, Krontek to the pass to Cade. Can't quite find it, but Dutchy is going to try and keep it out, and they're getting suffocated here, and this is going to be the end of game number 3.
Yeah, and it's just so unfortunate to see SP Strikers in this series. You know, they are such a good team. They're one of the top teams in their group. Only close series they really had was against Alchemy Esports, and right now, Team Evo Academy just in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, and what a turnaround, as we see apparently Banana not breaking 100 points this time. Who was it in game 1 that didn't? Was it Cade that didn't break
Banana. It was Banana as well.
In game 1? Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, regardless, Banana, I mean, he is making an impact, but I think he might get demotivated by that, but I don't think he needs to let it get to him. And like I said, that one goal that was his fault. He hesitated way too long, and I think he's gonna need to recover and kind of get it together. And if he starts performing, he picks it up a little bit, I think the Strikers will be back to that early series form. And as we see, because Dutchy, based off the eye test, he looks like a pretty solid player. Maybe a little rough around the edges on his reads sometimes, but regardless, they're just getting beat out on defense by this Evo Academy team. Their offense complete 180 from game 1, and they look very good.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing actually I don't think it's entirely that either team just a little bit better than the other. I think it's just depending on the mistakes you make. But I want to see both these teams try to have a little bit of consistency and especially get some creativity in here. Not seeing too much creativity. Everybody scoring mostly on the mistakes and everything that we've seen. Game 1, game 2, mistake-ridden. Game 3, a little bit more of what we wanted to see out of Team Evo Academy on the creative side. But here we go, game 4, ready to go on Sovereign Heights. We are going to get a guaranteed game 5 up to this point, so it'll be interesting how they will both adjust. SP Strikers not opting to take a timeout as well on the loss from game 3. Any thoughts by that, Averded?
They did make a substitution. They went from apparently Banana to Shaw City. I don't know this player. I don't know if he's good, if he's bad. I don't know. But we're going to get a look at him here as Pallets not getting a very favorable touch. But I do believe that if Strikers do lose this match, I believe we will see a timeout, as we see a great save there from Dutchy preventing the goal. This is a 2-on-1 situation. Shaw going to go for another bump. Will not find it. Great save by Krontek. And Brandon going to try and keep it in. Isn't able to, though, but this still should be Striker's ball. And we see a team bump, little smooch on the front of their cars there from Dutchy and Brandon. And we're going to see Shaw coming in for a shot. A bump coming out from Dutchy, and a lot more physical. Great offense coming back from the Strikers team, and it seems like the change in player also leads to a change in maybe aggressive play style. I don't know if Shaw is just because he's faster, better mechanical. I don't know if that's their game plan. Regardless, whatever it is they wrote up, it's definitely working because they're playing a lot faster, a lot more coordinated, other than the little team smooch there. And they're going to start up 1-0.
Yeah, that is a great one there. Shawarma just absolutely keeping things close. Able to take advantage of them up there. That's kind of what we want to see though from both of these two teams, just trying to find a way to be smart with the ball, try not to make too many mistakes, and fortunately that's exactly what SP Strikers did. Instead of just trying to wait for Team Evo Academy to break, they just forced the goal there. Dushi almost looking for the redirect there. Unfortunately, it was off target. Shawarma trying to keep this one close. It's a great beat from Palace, but he's got no boost. Cade with a demo downfield, but Dushi does have control. SP Strikers still looking to try and keep this lead as solid as possible. This lead not going to be easy to come by for them so far.
And I did just receive word that Shaw City is indeed Shawarma, so I'm not sure if he just got home or if he just got on, but I think he might be their main player. Regardless, so he's looking pretty solid, and maybe they'll be able to keep this lead. But Evo Academy isn't looking as strong, but they also have not been on offense for the 5 minutes of the game. But we're gonna see Cade try and get something going here. Contact gonna go for a shot. Gonna try and find the bottom right. No, save away.
My.
A small double commit though, as Pallet's gonna try and keep it in. Does not hit the ball. Unfortunately, Brandon, a pass to Dutchy. He's not gonna find the shot, but Shaw is gonna jump. I call Shaw. It's Shawarma. Not Shaw, and Krontek gonna look for a pass mid. Nobody there though. Dushi panicking, passes it away. Here comes Pallets, goes for a stall reset, doesn't quite get it, but regardless is gonna try and keep up the pressure. Krontek keeping it in. Brandon gonna need to go for something here, doesn't quite get it. Dushi with another great save. He's made a couple of those this game, and even more this series. Brandon is just sitting here waiting as his third, as no one on his team has boost, and Pallets off the incredible pass from Cade, an even better shot. And they're going to equalize.
Yeah, this is just a little more on the unfortunate side of SP Strikers. Everybody's running out of boost, just running on fumes here. But it's also one thing you don't want to do. This is what I was talking about earlier. You don't want to give away the ball. You give away the ball, you're giving away possession. And that's eventually just going to give up 3 goals to the opposition. That's exactly what happened there. And Team Evo Academy now going to tie Game 4 1-1. And if you are a fan of SP Strikers, you've got to be a little bit worried here. Team Evo Academy, the way they've been playing, it may not just be a tied game here, but winning this game could force match point. Actually, it would force match point, but not as dramatic if we say it's guaranteed to happen.
And I wouldn't count Strikers out too much, though, with their main player. They definitely do look a lot better. I will say this game look faster, more confident in the rotations and everything. A lot less double commits, but I have noticed when they get stuck on defense, and they still can't work out the not passing the ball away, especially on 0 boost. They're not keeping it close. They're kind of hitting it to the corner, hitting it to the wall, and I think Evo Academy is going to be able to capitalize on that, and that's how they're going to be able to get their goals, is starving and just keeping pressure, and eventually I think it's going to fall for them. But
yeah,
we're going to see Dushy here trying to keep it in and go for a second one, but not going to work out. Here comes Shawarma though. Great pinch. Will he be able to follow it? No one jumping quite yet. Pallets is going to get bumped, but Brandon misses the net, and here comes Krontek, as we see they're keeping it close, and that's how you need to play. But no one from Evo Academy is going to be able to follow this up, and Shawarma is going to get not a second goal, as Brandon going to come in here to look for a pass. Will he find it? No, saved away, but a double commit. Dushy is going to have an opportunity. Pallets, and look at Evo Academy, no boost whatsoever.
Yeah, and it's just so interesting to see them play. This is what makes or breaks a team usually, just how you play on 0 boost, and the way Team Evo Academy has been able to survive for so long, being exhausted of boost, is just so astonishing, especially the way that we know SP Strikers can punish in that one. Close. Shawarma is up for the pass to Dushi. Dushi have to get this one. He's deleted off the ball here. Contact looking for this one. Great 50 though. Shaw getting close. Gotta look for Dushi. Dushi for the shot. Is a little bit too high though. And unfortunately, SP Strikers, multiple shots on target, none of them finding the mark.
And am I wrong for saying, is this the first overtime of the night? Or was there, I don't know if there was one last series, but...
there was a one to start off game one, I do believe, in the first series of the night. Oh my, that one was close. Brandon back downfield. Gonna be an opportunity here. Palace does get back to it in time, but this is gonna be just as awkward. Cade manages it well, keeps it close. Could be another opportunity here. Palace does take it off the wall, looking for the pass to the midfield. Nobody there to receive, and Dushy with the free clear to the midfield.
And we see not a great touch from him as Krontek is going to pass away. Cade and Pallets both committing though. Shorma is going to be able to get a clear away and follow. Pallets just going to play ball there, but no one to follow it up. Cade gets a demo, but it kind of throws him off. And here comes Krontek to save the ball away, and it is going to be Striker's possession. Pallets is going to jump. He is going to miss though. Dushy going straight to the ceiling to follow that up. Shorma there to be a good second man, and here comes Cade. It is now his ball, goes for a quick shot. Brandon and Dushy are going to double commit, and that is going to give Evo Academy another chance here. Pallets going to go for a pass. Can't quite get it over Dushy though. And Krontek hitting it right back to the wall. Couldn't quite get it. He wanted in. Cade almost gets a shot there. Can't find it though. Pallets has 0 boost. He's trying to keep it in. And Krontek is going to be up next. He's going to find a quick shot. It's going to go straight down. Will there be Cade? No. He won't be able to get there. And Brandon is going to maybe keep it slow. No. Hits it away. Not quite the touch he wants. And this is why they get stuck in defense right there. Touches like that. And it's going to be Krontek sending the game away. But you can't, as Brandon, to those type of touches, it's going to be Shaw has no boost, Dushy has no boost. As Brandon, you got to keep it close there, buy your teammates some time.
Yeah, and that's what we've been saying this entire series. You just got to figure out a way to lock things down. I think we may see a timeout from SP Strikers. Not entirely sure, but if I was SP Strikers, I definitely would be calling one right now.
Yeah, and you know, they gotta talk about this, how to get out of the pressure, because I think with Shorma, they definitely looked better, but I think their core issues are still here. You know, we're seeing some double commits whenever they're low and on boost, and they can't quite, they're not passing to each other on defense. They're kind of just getting stuck in a cycle for, you know, minutes at a time. And we do see a timeout coming out from Shorma, so an extra 60 seconds after this match timer. And what else do you think they need to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just trying to lock down the control. It's the issue's just not keeping the ball close. They're letting Team Evo Academy get comfortable, and when Team Evo Academy gets comfortable, they provide the pressure, and the pressure just keeps forcing SP Strikers to crack. And you can see it in the saves and the shots. The shots from Team Evo Academy just coming and coming and coming. 13 there in game 4. SP Strikers just having to defend each and every one. And when you're on low boost as much as they are as well, it's just not going to be as great of a situation as you're going to want there.
Yeah, and I wonder, I really am curious what they're going to talk about. Surely it is the defensive end, because they look great on offense, but you know, really not a keeping pressure per se, but similar to game 1, they were pretty efficient, and they got what they wanted when they needed it. But Academy has been doing a good job passing to each other around the field and keeping that pressure, and especially Krontek as that third man. Whenever he is on third, he's doing a good job of keeping it close, which is what Strikers aren't doing, and which is why the Academy has a lot more shots, because I mean, Striker just keeps trying to pass it away and not getting great touches, and Academy's keeping up pressure.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to call a timeout too as well. You just got to reset the momentum, just get your mental back, because I think it's been a little bit more of a mental. You know, you had game 1 in the bag. You were able to keep it close, keep paying off with all the mistakes and stuff that were coming from Team Evo Academy. But ever since then, Team Evo Academy has just been in the driver's seat. They've been trying to force the mistakes out of SP Strikers. It looks like the timeout is going to be over, though. So SP Strikers, see what they do after the timeout. They're trying to bounce back here. It is match point. Team Evo Academy, they take this one. They take the series and move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and so far, completely unexpected. And I do want to say, since I've like I said, I've played Pallets and Krontek in the past before, and from what I'm seeing, they have improved a lot. And you know, when I played them, they were around like low 1600, but now they look incredible. And let's see if they can keep it up and just finish out this series, as they're starting off immediately here on offense, as Shorma is going to try and break out. Cade gets a good keep in there, and is Cade going to go for another 50 straight to pallets to the ceiling? Will he find the double? No. Shorma is going to pass it away, and Cade will be there with a miss. Unfortunately, Krontek going to have to try and find a copium touch as Dushy hits it away. Shorma, will we see a reset? We will. Is not going to find the shot though, as Cade going to hit it away. He will be able to follow this one up. Could be a double tap. Dushy super awkward, zero boost, wide open net. Krontek is going to take that every day of the week.
Yeah, that's such a hard read as well. You can't really blame Yoshi for wanting to go up for this one. It's just so close. Unfortunately, you do have the follow-up from Krontek. That's going to make it work, but Team Evo Academy just playing so intelligent right now. That's what's winning them this series so far. It's just the intelligence, the awareness of everything. Having Brandon with the shot downfield. Great save from Palace to keep this one out. Just keep on doing what you're doing. It's working. No need to change it. Team Evo Academy just looking like they are absolutely balling up to this point.
And we're noticing right there, Brandon was on no boost, back by himself for forever. I don't know what the other two players of strikers were doing, but they left Brandon on an island for it's seemingly 5 to 10 seconds on his own with no boost, and couldn't quite do anything with that, as it was a 2v1, and they're gonna find their second goal, Evo Academy is, and will they be able to hold this, or are strikers gonna find some stride and get this game back?
Yeah, it may be a little bit tougher here since you are coming off the timeout, usually a timeout buff, but so far it's not looking like that. Krontek gonna get the third one here for Team Evo Academy. And what a way to do this. Look at the touch here from Palace to control the demo. Just everything going right for them so far.
And yeah, I mean, he just has so much time in the air, so much space. They're not gonna miss that. Especially Palace is going to have the awareness to go for a bump there, especially with no challengers. But here comes Krontek, going to go for a bump of his own. Isn't going to find it, though. Shorma is going to get a good touch, but Dushy in a one-on-one and does not get a very good touch here. He had boost, and I believe that was Palace did not have barely anything. It could have been a good opportunity for them, but could not find what he wanted, as maybe a rule one there. No. And a double commit coming up from Dushy. This is going to be another wide-open net, and do we call early series over here?
Well, I wouldn't count them out quite yet, but I am saying they are taking SP Strikers to the slaughter in the first half here. 4 goals in 2 minutes, a little bit ridiculous, especially in a series like this where it's just always been so close, only 1 or 2 goal games.
And I don't know these players personally on Strikers, but from what I can tell, and I can see how individually they look good. And I can tell that this is not their best day. They're double committing. They're playing really bad on zero boost. They're bumping each other. It's just not their day. And as we see Krontek running away with another one, his 4th of the game, and we're not even halfway through the game yet.
And I think it's just mostly a confidence thing. Just an absolute breakdown of SP Strikers. They came into this series hot, but Team Evo Academy, they looked so strong in games 2 through 4, but game 5's been an absolutely different beast. I mean, look at the scoreline here. We're only halfway through, and it's already 5-0. And you gotta think about possibly if Team Evo Academy might be trying to set up the Brazil if they just keep on pounding into the Strikers' net.
I don't know if they're thinking about that, but regardless, I think they're just thinking about the win here. I mean, surely, I don't know if it's been on the orange side of the field for more than 10 seconds this entire game. I'm gonna be fully honest. As you see, they're playing in Cade, kind of just wandering the field with zero boost, so I don't know what he's doing, and that will give Shorma SP Strikers his first goal. And as you see, a kind of a lucky bounce, but regardless, they do still have a chance if Evo Academy get a little lazy. And we see Strikers wake up, because I can tell individually they look good, but they just got to cut out some of these mistakes.
Yeah, it's interesting just how it's gone so far. Palace already up, looking for yet another Cade with a brain jump. Unfortunately, Dushy is there in time. Krontek, look for this one. It's a great beat from Brandon, though. Dushy can keep this one central. Did up the boost to get this one. Palace does take it from the corner, keeping this one going. This may just be another goal if nobody. Brandon actually will get involved here, so will be another goal. Brandon to the wall here, has Dushy in the wing, but it's a great 50 from Cade, a great demo from Krontek as well. Krontek to the midfield, looking for the pass here. Is a demo for Dushy, and an opportunity, but Cade gonna cut any chance of that happening. Is Shawarma just having to try and relieve as much of the pressure as he can.
And I'm noticing this game, it's more apparent than others, but every game that Academy has won and another goal from pallets, but regardless, whenever strikers have a chance to get out, you always see an Academy player meeting them at the midfield. At the midfield, the midline, there's always a player, and then they'll get a 50, and then another Evo Academy player will follow up, and that's what strikers are missing, that quick second man to follow up and take the 50 away and get some offense going. They're just kind of they're trying to do a one-man army, and it's just not working. And maybe if they incorporated some more team play, some more, more trust in each other, rather, they're double committing, like I said. So they're clearly not with it right now.
And that still have to go into a little bit of confidence there as well. Just trying to find a way to lock down, trying to fit the passes. Of anything, if you want to try and play as a team, you've got to be confident in yourself. And if you're not confident in yourself, you're going to see exactly what we're seeing here in this game 6. That one, a little bit of an awkward play, a little bit of a fortunate bump there from SP Strikers. They try to find a way to keep them getting nailed in their own half. That shot is downfield, but Cade, no boost, gets there in time. Okay, so we're going to get this one forward. Time is ticking away. Looks like if this is the way it keeps on going, Team Evo Academy gonna get the win here in the series. Time.
At this point, I don't think it's possible. 15 seconds, 5 goals. So we will see Evo Academy advancing completely opposite of what I had predicted. I predicted a SP Strikers dominant win and 4-1 or 4-0 even. But regardless, very good series to watch. And I just know Strikers are gonna beat themselves up. I know that this is not their best day. Like I said, never watched them, but it's pretty easy to tell with the double commits, and they're panicking a lot. They've definitely seen better days. But really, overall, a great series from Evo Academy, and love to see that out of the Crontek Pallets duo.
Now, that was really fun to watch Team Evo Academy here. It was just such a wholesome series, just absolutely fundamental Rocket League. So many mistakes made on both sides, but fortunately, Team Evo Academy, whenever it had to happen, they made it work, and that's what gave them the win this series here, and it makes them advance to the semifinals tonight.
Yeah, and Evo Academy looking strong. If they keep that type of play up, we could see them go a little further. But what does the current bracket look like? Let me see this right now. So it should be, they have to play Vagabond. Certainly not a easy opponent by any means, but with how they're playing tonight, it's definitely not out of the question.
That could be very interesting how that one goes. Team Evo Academy, I do believe, had Torrent Vagabond in their group here. Not sure exactly how that exactly went. I do believe I'm gonna have to take a look here. But I'm sure that one was pretty much handled by Team Vagabond. But this is gonna be playoffs, so best of 7 is always a little bit different here than the best of 5s we're used to in the regular season.
Yeah, and in our next match, Alchemy versus TeamZ, we're gonna get into that pretty soon. But regardless, 2 series tonight and 2 relatively dominant ones. Hoping for the second half to be a little closer. But regardless, we're gonna go to a short little break here before we get into our third match, and we'll get Sporty back in here soon. But y'all have a good one.
I'm stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope and getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where is the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else. I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. And now I'm beside myself, don't want your fucking hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is
Welcome back to the Season 6 Apex Cup Championship. The quarterfinals are still here and about to go underway. We've got another big match for all of you here, as we're already halfway through the quarterfinals. As we look at our bracket, our next match is Alchemy Esports versus TeamZ. But with the way that things have gone so far, we've had two very quick matches, and the Apex Cup historically being a very close division, two very defiant performances, having just seen Team Evo Academy just take down SB Strikers. We all had SB Strikers to win this one, I think, but clearly Team Evo Academy came here to play. You know, Araufbeastrl, you got to watch this one. You got to experience this series. Talk to me about what you guys saw, because this felt like a completely different Team Evo Academy than what we've ever seen previously.
I think it's mostly just reflecting on the way that SP Strikers played that series. You know, they could have gotten that series if they really wanted, but after that first game, it just fell apart for them. Just the rotations weren't there. The control wasn't there. I think it was more so of a confidence thing from them, but Team Evo Academy, great way to take advantage. It was a little bit choppy that game one, which is why they also dropped it. But once they locked things down, I think that's mostly when they started to take their big stride there.
It definitely was here. And you talk about lockdown, ZekVexol. We were looking at it, and there was one player that we both thought was playing lockdown that one. There was one player we were looking at that was like, this is the lockdown player. This is the player of the Apex Cup right now. And a player that we both think it could very well be an MVP at the end of this tournament if Team Academy continues to play well.
Yeah, Krontic was an absolute menace. I'm looking at Team Evo Academy. I mean, even when before in the pregame for the last series, I was saying Team Evo, they know how to put together rosters. They know what they're doing. You look across the board throughout the regular season stats, these guys are very even with one another, but Krontic definitely stood out in that last series. I'm talking defensively, offensively. I believe 2 hat tricks by the end of it. The guy was just an absolute score menace out there. And if there's anybody SP Strikers had to watch out for, had to take out, had to go and start demoing, it was get Krontic off the pitch, because this guy is being an absolute beast out there.
Yeah, and considering that they have to play against the Torrent Vagabond team, who 4-0's up today, tomorrow, I think a team that a lot of people expect to win this tournament. ZekVexol, what do you think is going to be Team Evo Academy's kind of plan today? To, preparing for tomorrow, preparing for the semifinals, preparing to play against a very good Team Evo Vagabond team. What do you think is that kind of plan? What do you think this team is going to have to continue to really focus on for tomorrow, which is going to be a far tougher matchup on paper?
Looking at both today's matchup for both of these two teams, honestly, I think Team Evo Academy, all they got to do, and Torrent Vagabond as well, play that game one, play from the get-go, have a good warm-up, understand that you need the fundamentals from the get-go. I talked about it at the end of the last series, at the end of the first series that we did between Torrent Vagabond and MishMash Gaming. You need to make sure you have the fundamentals set from the get-go, because it's only going to get harder from here. It's knockout time, baby. You aren't allowed any sort of opportunities, any sort of mistakes. Otherwise, you will find yourself on the deeper end. You will find yourself going home. You will find yourself with nothing.
Yeah, it definitely is here, but still not without nothing here. Team Evo Academy and will be one of the two teams here. One of these two teams ahead of us will be eliminated. Alchemy Esports TeamZ. We had a lot of conversations about this series in the pre-show. Araufbeastrl, you had some pretty strong opinions about these teams. I had some pretty strong opinions. Talk to me about this upcoming series and, Alchemy Esports, TeamZ. What's the player that has to show up for either of these teams? I think you had Alchemy winning this one. What's that player in Alchemy Esports that's got to perform, that's got to show up?
I think it's going to be Nyx. When you look back into the stats, I'm a big stats guy myself. If you just look at the numbers, Nyx, one of the best shooters that we've seen out of ATS Season 6 Apex Cup in the regular season. He's not put a lot of shots on, but when he has, he's hit the mark very well, and that's just what you want to have there. You just want to get Nyx involved and activated, and that could pretty much make or break the series for Alchemy.
ZekVexol, I got TeamZ winning this one, so you're going to have to break the deadlock here, but we're going to go down the line and tell us who we have predicted to win this thing. We're going to start with the Araufbeastrl since you have Alchemy. I've got TeamZ. We're going to explain a little bit more why. You're going to break the deadlock since you weren't here on the pre-show. But Araufbeastrl, obviously, assuming with the confidence you have for Alchemy, you expect that they're going to win. What do you think the scoreline is going to be?
I do think that TeamZ may get a game here off of Alchemy, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is a clean sweep here for Alchemy. They've been playing so well this season, and just the fact they've been undefeated, there is probably a reason for that. I would not believe that there would be any chance they would drop at least 2 games here.
So you have a 4-2 or a 4-1 prediction?
At best, at worst for Alchemy, it may be 4-2 here.
All right, so a 4-2 prediction from Araufbeastrl. I've got Team Z. I really want to see Game 7, but I think Team Z wins this one, and there's one reason why. And I'm going to say it's a 6-game series as well, but I think Team Z wins this. And I want to say for one reason, I think this is really an upset that can happen. Chemistry. Team Z's got some of the best chemistry here. These guys have been teammates for a very long time. They've been on and off as teammates at times, but they've been teammates ever since Evolve Esports, ever since, at this point, I think it's been almost a couple of years that they've been teammates. I really like this Team Z roster. I like what they have. I don't think it's a team where any one of these, any one of the 3 players on this pitch are going to really show up. I think the players today I believe are Bubble, Kratos, and Xylo. If I remember, and I really don't think any of these 3 players are going to show up. I just think chemistry-wise, they have what it takes here. And I think Alchemy overall haven't been around nearly as long as Team Z. A lot of teams in this haven't been around as long as Team Z has. I think chemistry can really help them here. So I got Team Z winning 4-2, but ZekVexol, you gotta break the deadlock here. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spotlight now. Who do you have winning this one?
Team Z is a team who you look at them throughout the regular season. They either won 3-0, they lost 3-0. If they show up as a unit, they show up together. So that team chemistry is going to be a big factor. I could grab a quarter right now, give it a flip, and sit there and see what side Team Z we're going to be getting today. It could be really either or at the end of the day. If it is the good side, though, I'm really looking forward to Team Z giving us the upset, shutting down the 5-0 Alchemy Esports. But if we're talking consistency, I gotta give it over to Alchemy Esports. I do think it's going to be a close one. I do think it's going to go the distance. I'm honestly predicting, if I know I said this a little bit earlier throughout, once we get into that first series, if there's going to be a series that is going to probably go the distance, it might just be this one. I'd love to see a 4-3, but I'm going to predict probably 4-2 towards Alchemy Esports.
Well, the desk is split here, and so too are the teams, but only one move on to the semifinals. Araufbeastrl, Averded on the caster's spot again. We're about to go into another series. Our 3rd or 4th quarterfinals to determine another team that advances to tomorrow.
All right, so could be an interesting series here. I know I am glazing the crap out of Alchemy right now, but gotta love the org here. Dino, one of the best org owners to touch ATS probably up to this point. Gotta love what we've seen out of Alchemy, but regular season not gonna really matter up to this point. It is playoffs, is do or die up to this point. You've got to show up. You've got to play your best here if you want a chance at that championship glory.
Yeah, and welcome in. Little mistake by me, kind of cut out there. Sorry about that for the silence. But regardless, and I wanted to add a comment about this here. I've heard some, from you guys, some pretty good things about Alchemy, and the only player in this lobby that I know is Stitch. And I've known him for a long time. We're not like friends or anything, but I know of him, and I'm excited to see this lobby. I've heard a lot of hype. Everyone's been hyping it up. It's like the best match tonight. So I'm excited to get into it, and my prediction is Alchemy.
Yeah, Alchemy just such a strong unit. May not be to start this one off. Nearly going the other way. Team Z almost gonna get kickoff goal to keep this one close, but fortunately Alchemy Esports do find a way in this one. It's a great shot there from Kratos trying to keep this one close. Unfortunately, we're gonna find the touch there. Bubble from the corner. We can get this one. That's pinched downfield. Great way for Kratos to try and get a little bit of pressure. Luckily, Alchemy Esports just continuing to prove a little bit of the dominance they have as they shut it down in the midfield.
And a quick question: how do you say that? Is it Raxer? Roxer? How do you say that?
I do believe it's Roxer.
Okay. Well, this Alchemy team is gonna start off looking pretty strong, as we see a pass from Raxer to Nyx. I mean, these X's, man, I tell you. But as you can see, no boost coming out from Alchemy. They're kind of starved here. Nyx gonna pass it away to Stitch, and Nyx is gonna kind of float and waste all his boost. But here comes Xylo. Raxer still starved for boost in his own net, and he's gonna go for a kind of a hard touch out. It's gonna force Nyx to get a unfavorable touch. Stitch gonna try and dive at it. Not gonna quite get it though. Raxer still on 0 boost. This guy is starving. Get this dude some boost.
Yeah, just can't leave a man hungry like that. You want to have any chance of winning this one, but Alchemy, oh, this could be dangerous. Kratos gonna be the first one to get on the board here in the series. It's just stunning the way they were able to come at this one. Just a little bit awkward on the defense. Alchemy Esports a little bit cold not as ready to get into this series as TeamZ is so far.
And that's what I'm pointing out. I don't know if Rexer had 100 boosts the entire possession there. Maybe get a reset here. He is going to have boosts this time. It's a kind of a wide open. He is going to find what a shot from him, finding the ground pinch. What a nice angle. And we see the first time he has 100 boost and he does something like that. And what a shot from him. Nice little bouncer too afterwards. And I think that was Bubble. We could not quite get back to it, but we're going to see an equalizer coming out here quick from Rexer.
And that's what we want to see out of Rockstar here. Just find a way to activate himself on the play, keep the pressure going. It didn't really have to be much, just getting a beat there, trying to find the shot. Rockstar to the backboard. Kratos does get the clear. Stitch, we can keep this one in the midfield. Bubble is a great clear, but Nyx is there anyway. Nyx, oh, it's a little bit of a miss from both players there as they try to get this one forward. Rockstar with a shot, looks for the double, but it's denied by Bubble. Nyx back in the sky. Xylo's there as well. Bubble, it's a little bit of an open net. Xylo gotta be quick. Xylo gonna extend the lead here. Actually, gonna get the lead back. Excuse me.
And a big overcommit coming out from Alchemy as Rockstar could not get back to it in time. But we see Stitch, I believe, that went for that dive and just got nothing on the ball. And it gave Xylo a free wide open net. Gonna make the lead 2-1, but Stitch gonna take it slow here. Gonna go for a nice catch there, but Kratos was ready for it. Xylo gonna play to the midfield. Bubble has a free shot, is not gonna find it, but Raxer, great save from him. Already looking like a pretty strong player here. He maybe needs to work on that boost management a little more, but regardless, he looks like he's very solid. And Stitch just kind of hitting the brakes in the middle of the field, but Nyx gonna try and get some pressure here. Xylo with a great catch and flick over Stitch. Raxer is going to play the ball. Will he go for a low fake? He will. Bubble not going to fall for it though. But here comes Raxer. They double bump. Is going to be able to keep the pressure on. Nyx going to try and keep it up. And all three players of Alchemy are in this corner. Let's see what they can do with it. A great bump kind of from Kratos. And Bubble is now going to give TeamZ the pressure. But a demo comes out from Stitch. And you may think, we'll just give Alchemy some breathing room. It does not appear so. As Stitch and Raxer both on 0 boost. Here comes Bubble. Going to hit it to the corner. He's going to try and find a pass mid. Will able to find it. It looks like a fake from him. Nyx read it perfectly. Xylo racing back into 2v1. It's a wide open net. Stitch will find the equalizer.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of luck here, if you want to say it, for Alchemy. Xylo, last man back. A little unfortunate that he was the last man back. Had to get demoed to get off the play there, but Alchemy Esports, very dangerous. Push 3 players. Fortunately, it does work, and it does get them the equalizer.
And a great play there. And I don't remember exactly who was on defense. They got left in a 3v1. That is not something you want to see, especially, you know, against, well, at any level, but, you know, Apex Cup especially, and even higher as well. The higher you go, the worse it gets in those 3v1 situations. And a shot coming out from Stitch off the pass from Raxer. What happened here? I wasn't paying attention. This came so quick. It was a hit from Kratos, and he actually missed the ball, and his team was not quite ready for it. And Stitch will take that every day of the week.
Yeah, and just an unfortunate double commit from the side of TeamZ. They just got a little bit too comfortable on the rotation back. Just trying to stay close. Kratos does have this up. It's a great read from Nyx, though, to keep this one out. Nyx trying to get that one. It's a great beat from Xylo. Rockstar couldn't get the touch as well. Stitch does get it back downfield. Rockstar, oh, the backflip there. A little bit unfortunate. It does happen in Rocket League a ton. Nyx back to the midfield there, trying to find his way through. Rockstar couldn't find the touch. Stitch does though. Stitch still on this one. Might have the reset, doesn't. And luckily for TeamZ, that was not in the net, but Nyx not done yet. Trying to get that one central. Xylo out of the corner does try to get that one, but fortunately TeamZ still in this one.
Seeing Alchemy is trying to do these these infield passes, you know, over and over, and they can't quite get it in front of the net, but it is keeping their pressure up, and they're really struggling to keep their boost. I am noticing that they are below 50 so far, so much this game, and that's a shot coming out, and that's just straight in. How was this in? I don't know. You know, they make something from nothing every time. This is just, that should just never be a goal. Kratos taking the long rotation, no boost. Even if he had any, he wasn't getting back to it. And that's just good vision there from Rockstar, and a great shot coming out for him to extend the lead to 2. And you do think, is that the dagger? No, here comes Xylo to make it within 1.
Yeah, and just when we thought Alchemy just getting comfortable, staying close, and Xylo back into it, getting the kickoff going. Alchemy can't get too comfortable here. You've got to be careful. TeamZ still within one. They've still got 20 seconds, plenty of time in my book to try and find the equalizer here and force overtime. And they may just do it. They will equalize this one. Again, almost immediately off the kickoff. Rockstar just looking for the bump, but not what you want to see from Stitch. A little bit of a team bump there. Got Rockstar out of the play and just opened the net wide open for TeamZ.
Stitch, he played that, I will say he played that very poorly on the wall. Two players from TeamZ were there, and he just decided to try and take it up as if nobody was there. And of course that leads to a 50 goal straight into his net. Maybe that'll teach him a lesson or two, but we see TeamZ gonna try and pick up another goal. They're gonna say no OT tonight. They're gonna try anyway, but here comes Stitch. He's gonna go for demos. He already got, no, he did not get one. It was Bubble that got a demo. And here comes a almost a 0-second goal coming out from Xylo, barely above the crossbar there. And already this series is looking much better than the last two, as we see an overtime in game one. Very high scoring, but I think we're gonna need to see some. The third man plays from these two teams are a little questionable, and that's going to be another goal, and that is the finisher from Stitch. And again, I think this comes down to poor positioning from their third there. It's, both of them on 0 boosts, and they both decide to go to net instead of going for the ball, and that's what's going to happen whenever you try and make a save on 0 boost and leave that much space open.
And that's the biggest thing from Alchemy Esports. What we saw a little bit there. They struggled to get a going there at first, but once you eventually pick it up, usually it just comes a little bit easier. Did there for Alchemy Esports. TeamZ, not much you got to worry about there. I do love my Alchemy boys, but looking a little bit vulnerable with the way they started off game one.
And very, very high scoring as well. 9 goals. That is, I believe is that the highest we've seen all night? I believe it is. Oh, other than the maybe what was it, 6-3? I think was the other one from the.
It was 6-1. I think one game, but
6-1.
I could be mistaken. It's been a long night.
It has, but regardless, looking pretty good so far from both teams. But like I said, that midfield presence, that close, or that second and third man, especially third positioning, needs to be cleaned up a little bit on both sides. And at least 4 of these goals in this game could have been prevented.
Yeah, and biggest thing too, this is only game one. This is only just trying to figure out how both of these teams are going to play. They didn't play each other in groups, so this is their first time this season playing against each other. So you've got to think about how you want to go into this series. And game one, pretty much exactly going to go the way Alchemy wanted it. It was a little bit close, but both teams going to adjust here definitely. They want to try and get the win and go to the semifinals.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see hopefully a little less scoring this game, because they weren't like incredible goals. And as I say that, we find a goal in 6 seconds. And what even happened here? Defensive breakdown. Looks like a demo coming out. Nix maybe should have just went for that ball, but instead gets flicked over, and no one was behind him. I think as Nix, you do just got to go for that ball there, or at least fake challenge again and go for the catch on his own backboard. Getting to be like that as last is not what you want to do.
I think it's just Alchemy just getting a little bit too comfy in their jammies here. Don't want to give away freebies, especially in this day and age of Rocket League with how good the Apex Cup can be. It is absolutely brutal amount of plays that can come from here. Stitch trying to find that way through. Rockstar does find the touches right back to TeamZ. The bubble with control. Nix, it's a great touch to get this to the corner. Gotta get the beat on the boost. Does so, and he was able to just barely get around Kratos, but Xylo was there. Stitch back downfield, looking to try and get the 50 win. Kratos does get this one. Beats 2 actually. Nix, last man back. Gotta be careful. Nix keeps it out of the net, but not before TeamZ continue to swarm.
And what a save too. Kratos almost had the simple little double tap X goal there, but fortunately for Alchemy, they were able to make the save, and they're going to try and break out of their own half here as Bubble's going to take control, look for a pass, maybe an air dribble over Stitch. Isn't going to find it though. And here comes Kratos, has time and space. He's going to find the top left off of that ceiling double. What a shot by him. A great 50 from Bubble, and Kratos is just, I mean, he's going to find that. That's a phenomenal shot from him. Beating 1, beating 2. Roxette couldn't quite get to it and extend their lead to 2. They are just in control this whole game so far.
Yeah, and it's a little bit hard to see here. The way that Alchemy Esports have been playing, they are a little bit of a gotta get it going team so far. Just gotta find their momentum in the game before they officially start actually making the comeback. 3-0 already. We're only a minute and a half here to game 2. Alchemy Esports gotta lock it in.
We see looks like a disconnect from Stitch, and apparently the whole team is lagging. I wonder if we are going to get a pause. So I'm going to go to a short tech pause. Back. Okay, we are back according to Stitch. Now, I don't know the ruling here, but I don't think that goal is given back. I think it's just they played out. Yep, and it will look like it'll stay 3-0. And okay, that's weird. There's no countdown. Very odd, but regardless, this is gonna start off. How they reacted to that, I don't know. I would have been sitting at the kickoff, not doing anything. But here we go. Bubble is gonna find the net right after and extend their lead to 4. Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate there for Alchemy. Just keeping it close there in game 1 and just getting absolutely rocked here in game 2. You just gotta find your footing here. It's still plenty of time to make the comeback. 3 minutes. 22 seconds, not too much to worry about, but the rate that the offense is going, it is still going to be interesting. That might just be one. Kratos does keep it away. Nyx for a shot here, but that's going to be a redirect from Stitch, and Alchemy Esports may just be trying to make their comeback start here.
And here is where it starts from Stitch. What a shot by him coming out of the opposing team's net. And I don't know if they weren't ready for it. Maybe they didn't see him. But regardless, these goals, I think at least 2, but, you know, of course not the Kratos shot, but the goals that Alchemy have taken definitely have been preventable of the small mistakes that have been giving up dumb goals. And, you know, I think they know that. But without a doubt, they can definitely come back here. And it's going to start off here again with a second quick goal coming out from Roxette.
And just look at a little bit of the luck here from Roxette. Narrowly escaped away with a boost there. I don't think they thought he had the shot, but fortunately it does work out for him here. Gonna be a 2-4 lead here for TeamZ. They gotta lock in. It's gonna be a close one here, folks.
They do, and I think, and now as the game goes on, it looks more and more like we might be able to find an overtime or even an Alchemy win in regulation, because now it looks like the script is completely flipped as they are on offense constantly. Nyx has some time kind of bumping his teammate, takes it away from him, and doesn't really do anything with it, but Roxette is going to follow it up quick. It's just Kratos on the back end, does not get bumped though. Luckily, Nyx could not find it, and a good pinch there by Xylo, but Stitch able to keep it close. And now it is a 1-on-2. Stitch couldn't quite find anything though, and this should be TeamZ's ball, but no, an unfavorable bounce comes out. Xylo is rotating out, but Bubble couldn't quite get what he wants there. Kratos gonna go for a pinch to Bubble mid. We're gonna see a pass. Nyx is not ready for it, and Xylo comes in and snatches that goal away. And what a passing play here, starting off Kratos the pinch, Bubble pass mid, Xylo behind Nyx. Nyx was not ready for that, and what a team play.
And Nyx, you've got to be a little bit careful there, bud. It's a little bit awkward there. It's just right there on the goal line. A little bit of overcommit on the defense, but Roxette looks to try and right some wrongs here. Keeps it low, looks for the shot. Almost nearly got a great save from Xylo to keep this away. Nyx, oh my, what a shot. That almost was a way to bring it back here to 2. Actually, will be brought back to 2 here. And Roxette able to get the goal here. But still, Alchemy, a lot of work they've got to do. A little bit under 2 minutes, and it's just been a little bit disastrous the way this game started so far.
And that type of miss cannot come out from Kratos. I mean, these goals that these players are getting are just, they're just not, I'm going to be honest, they're not very great, bar a few, you know, a couple, 1 or 2 here and there, but we've got 8 goals in this game too, and we're barely over halfway done. And these goals are just, I think they come off of very poor defensive plays, and I think they might know that, they may not, but regardless, we're gonna need if one of these teams steps up in defense, I think they're gonna, and the other one doesn't. We might see a blowout start. That's all I'm saying.
And it's already been a blow up. Well, not blow up, a blowout to start this one off. It's so high scoring. We're actually, I think we saw about 20, at least close to 20 goals just in the first 2 games alone. It's still ongoing, so we may see more here in game 2. Xylo, actually, and we will. It's gonna be 6-3 here for TeamZ. Xylo, what a goal this is!
And again,
absolutely booming that one.
They're just going his last, and you hate to see that. But that is 18 goals now on the series, by the way. First game had 9. This game also has 9, and we're just it comes off again just poor defensive plays. Roxer maybe should not have gone there, but regardless, getting in that position as last is never a good thing. But Roxer is going to try and get this one back. A double commit coming out from TeamZ. Nick's going to try and pass him in. Nobody there, though. Roxer in a one-on-one goes for a pre-flip. Can't find it. Stitch is going to go for a nice 50. Maybe finding the pass down. Nick's a 0 boost, though. He's going to need to get something low. Roxer is last. He's going to play a little slower. Gets an okay touch as Nick's is going to be able to follow this one up. It is just Kratos back. Stitch is going to instant challenge him. Not get anything on it, though, unfortunately. Roxer isn't going to get anything either. And now Kratos in a 1v1 against Nick's with no boost. Stitch is going to have to cut that off. Xylo coming in for the shot. Not a great one, though, so Alchemy will be able to get it out, but Bubble keeping up the attack, keeping up the pressure. Xylo is next, and it doesn't even matter. It's a 3-goal lead here in game number 2, and we are going to see a 2-0 lead from TeamZ.
Yeah, Alchemy. A little bit unfortunate there in game 2. You can call it unlucky, but at the same time, if it's unlucky, the rotations probably would have been there. They kind of weren't there for Alchemy, but fortunately, we are going to go all the way to game 5, guaranteed, as it is going to be tied at 1-1. Alchemy Esports did take game 1, so luckily a little bit of a way to breathe easier if you are Alchemy Esports.
It is 1-1. I made a mistake. I thought it was 2-0, but yes, it will go to now. It was flipped on its head. TeamZ was the one scoring a bunch, but regardless, I think one of these two teams gotta clean up their third man defense, and it'll be a completely different ball game. But these high scoring games are, maybe it makes the games really long, and maybe not the most entertaining. Certainly not to watch, in my opinion. But regardless, their offense you cannot say is bad, but both teams' defense right now is definitely their lacking point.
Yeah, and I think most of it's just got to do with the awareness there. Just also, the internet sometimes can be a little bit weird at times. I've seen it before. Internet issues have been absolutely detrimental. Even if it's just a little bit of lag, it's been enough to make or break a series. But game 3, here we go on DFH Stadium. Interesting how Alchemy does try to adjust to this one. Rockstar, we're looking for the pass back, but that one's bullied away. Nick's back into this one. It's a great 50 Stitch. And keep this one mid. Oh, it's a demo downfield, but Stitch still there, still looking for the shot. Xylo narrowly able to stay back on that one, but not before Alchemy still continue to pour on the pressure.
And so Xylo playing very patient there on defense. What we love to see on the goal line. Not panic jumping, not just flipping into it randomly. He played very smart, and it prevented a goal. And that's what you love to see on the defensive end. While as previously, I feel like last game, that might have been a goal, and a nice mid-pass with a great save by Kratos with Stitch. It won't be enough, as Stitch will be able to find it, and this is just a fantastic play. Nick's finding the mid, gets maybe either a bump or Xylo just couldn't quite get to it, but Kratos did all he could, and very unlucky that hit the crossbar there, as I feel like maybe it should have went over there, but regardless, Stitch and company will take that one to make the lead 1-0.
And that's exactly the Alchemy Esports we know and love. The team that can force the pressure, make the goals happen. In the snap of a finger, you've got to bring it here. You've got to get more than one player involved, and that's just what they've been doing to take every single goal they've had so far. Stitch looking for the one in midfield to be left middle. The next,
I got disconnected.
I think we're in a little bit of a disconnect here, unfortunately. So
it's like a full server shutdown. Definitely gonna have to restart this one.
Yeah, so we're stuck at nothing wait for Alchemy so far with 3:59 on the clock. Not sure exactly how we're gonna go about this one, but hopefully we do get back to you guys as we try to get the server back up.
Connection to game timed out, and yeah, we will see a 1-0 lead there with 4 minutes left on the clock, or 3:59, regardless. Am I slow? Who was up? It was Alchemy. Yeah, Stitch scored. It was 1-0 in favor of Alchemy with 4 minutes left. But very, very weird server just shuts down. Gotta love those classic Rocket League servers. We're gonna get back in here as soon as we can.
Yeah, Rocket League servers. I think we all are a huge fan of the way they can be sometimes. We've had moments where you've just played 2 games, 3 games, private matches, and just everything shuts down. It's just so weird the way that they've made everything. But hopefully the server does stay online so that we can get this series rolling through as fast as we can. But to be honest, gotta love this series though in the distance as well. Gotta love getting as much Rocket League as we can out of this series. So hopefully it doesn't go by too fast.
And it looks like we're getting back in here soon enough. We are back in the game as Araufbeastrl is going to set the stuff straight. And I immediately see the defense, especially from TeamZ, is looking quite good. Just one unfortunate touch from Kratos gave Alchemy a goal, but regardless, they're looking good. And while TeamZ haven't been on offense too much, their defense is definitely improving, and I think that's a good sign for them. They just need to find their groove, and they will, in my opinion, they more likely will be able to take this game if they can get on offense.
Indeed, gonna get back into this, and what amazing fashion from Alchemy to do this in. Roxer just carrying it across the field, forcing everybody to jump on TeamZ, and Stitch just gotta poke it in with a touch of a finger. Absolutely magical the way Alchemy Esports has locked in here into game 3. TeamZ gotta step it up, and Nyx, that's how you do it. But luckily Kratos was there for TeamZ, but the pressure is still on from Alchemy.
All right, see a demo coming out from Nyx to keep that pressure up even more. This ball has rarely been on the blue side. Alchemy's doing a great job of playing to their speed and getting those demos and making TeamZ be really awkward. And it's look at Stitch here off the ceiling, playing confident. He's just gonna leave it for his team. So much room Roxer has, and Bubble gonna try and boom it away. Does. Stitch has a low boost here. Gonna need to catch the ball and keep it close, which is exactly what he does. Kratos going for a mid pass. Nobody there though. Nyx has so much time. Kind of backflips into it as Xylo is gonna have a free ball now. Roxer has no boost. Pass over to Kratos. Can't find it. Saved away by Stitch. This could be a boom. Is not though. Xylo luckily able to save that one away. It could have been bad for them, but Bubble not quite getting what he wants off the wall there. And Kratos losing the 50 as Roxer is gonna follow it up. But fortunately for TeamZ, nobody from Alchemy is there to follow it up. As we see Xylo gonna try and go for a bump now. Nyx dodging it very well. It's just Roxer in a one-on-one against Bubble. Finds a save. Here comes Xylo, gonna look for a pass mid. And here we go, seeing TeamZ looking a lot better offensively, and Bubble is gonna bring the lead within 1 with a top right clean.
And you just gotta be a little bit careful on the defense there for your Alchemy. You see all 3 players were up, but all 3 players went for that ball. You don't want to triple commit like that. It's going to put you in situations like that where you're going to have the net just so open. And TeamZ just able to capitalize off of the play when it mattered most. But Roxer will try and bring this one back. Does have to flip reset, but it's cleared away. Nyx gonna find this over to the wall. Roxer does collect. It's a whiff from Roxer, but fortunately, Stitch keeping this one away. Kratos does have this up, gonna try and find his way to the backboard. Denied there easily. Roxer now staying close. There's another shot here, but Stitch does save it away. Kratos looking for the follow-up here. Might just have the double. Goes to get the follow-up. Gonna leave for Bubble instead. Roxer, he can't clear it out. Bubble gonna get the 50 to knock this one back in.
In a complete 180 of this game, now we're seeing only TeamZ on offense, and we're seeing Alchemy's defense getting tested, but they can't quite handle it. As we see a 2-man play there from TeamZ, one going for the bump, the other one, making him just playing the low 50 after Roxer is forced to jump. And that's exactly what we need to see, just the simple stuff. And it appears to be working, and will Alchemy be able to get it off of their own side? That is the question you need to answer. Kratos Going for a reset, can't quite find it. Xylo won't leave. Rebel's going to take it on his own, go for a flick. Here comes Bubble. It will be his ball now to keep it in. It's just Stitch back, needs to win a 50. He doesn't even get a 50, just gets a beat. Xylo able to keep it in, looking for a pass mid. Does find it, but Kratos a little slow to that. Bubble gonna have to keep it close, doesn't quite, and Nyx is gonna find a pass mid, but no one from Alchemy is playing risky, just playing it safe, keeping it back, keeping their cards back. And Roxert, not a very favorable touch, as Kratos gonna go for a pass mid. Bubble's there with a pre-jump, and he's gonna find it.
Yeah, and talk about risky. They were playing a little bit risky on that one. Got their hand caught a little bit in the cookie jar. Nyx just trying to look for the save there. Didn't read where Bubble was coming in. Bubble just able to poke it in when he was there. Just keeping it close. And TeamZ actually going to take the lead. It's been an absolute upside down game so far. Kratos looking to make it 4. Bubbles is denied there by Nyx. Bubbles to the midfield. Nyx one boost, got to force a 50 Stitch there as well. It's still on the Alchemy half. They've got to find a way to get through. It's still awkward. Finally, gets in the midfield. Roxer ready for the pass. It is to the midfield. Nyx for shot. Got the pass to Stitch. Stitch top shelf. Gonna find his way through for the equalizer.
And that is, that is his second goal. I thought, okay. Anyway, no, that is his third. He scored the first one, but because of Abin, now there's 2 hat tricks on the field. And you saw, I don't know if you noticed, but Stitch playing super close third man there, and that is very risky. But in 1 minute left, or sub 1 minute left, down by 1, you kind of have to. But you going into this maybe overtime, or even now that we're tied back up, you can't be seeing the super high up third man. You're gonna get punished very easily, and we're gonna need to see some wider rotations. That's how they gave up that third goal from TeamZ. The Alchemy just not rotating wide, and here we see again, it's just the small things like that. But Kratos is gonna get a demo, and here comes Bubble, the shot saved away by Nyx. No follow-up. Xylo maybe could lead this ball, goes for a reset instead. Is gonna get a good 50 there. Kratos keeping it. It is a one-on-one. Sitch not gonna get a great touch. Xylo is gonna take it back, maybe try and kill this. Nyx is already up, gets beat out though. It is a 2v1. If Xylo can get it down the field, he can't quite though, and we will more than likely be seeing an overtime.
Yeah, but not if Nyx get this shot. It's a great way to deny that one from Bubble. Fortunately, we are going to get overtime. Golden goal here to try and take a lead in the series. And Alchemy Esports is a great beat there. But, Bubble messed up his landing. Fortunately, he does recover. Got to be careful. Roxert, let's get the 50. Roxert nearly got it again. Alchemy Esports looking very much for blood here. Wanting to prove why they went undefeated here. Roxert kept that one away. Nyx with the demo as well, trying to relieve some of that pressure. Is cleared away. Roxert finally gets it out of the Alchemy half. Stitch looking for the shot. That was a little bit wide though. TeamZ continue to survive. Roxert gonna try and get this around 1. Bubble is pre-jumping this, but it's not the 15-1. It was a pass to Kratos, so it may work out here. But Nyx up immediately, got it over 1, looking to get this one mid, but Bubble keeps it under control for TeamZ.
Kratos gonna try and boom down, make something happen. Stitch gets a great pass over to Nyx. We'd love to see passing on defense to get it out, but Nyx not getting a very favorable touch, but Stitch is there to bail him out. It's just Kratos on defense here. Stitch is gonna try and follow this up again. Nobody is jumping from TeamZ, and it's gonna be just a free net for Stitch. And where's the defense here? Why there's nobody up for this? Gives Stitch infinite time, and they was super late. Was that? I believe that was Bubble. Extremely late there. I believe he had no boost, but regardless, that will be the end of game number 3, and it will be in favor of Alchemy. And this series, though, shaping up, is very close. That was the best game of the series so far.
And you got to give Stitch a little bit of credit on that shot. That shot actually was a little bit disgusting, the way he was able to come in, recover just in time. How to put it away from Xylo. Xylo was in the net. He put that directly on target. That's going to get saved every time. So kudos to Stitch there, keeping it close, finding a way to get the double.
Yeah, and he's going to make that every time, especially given the amount of space. It's pretty free for him, but again, his defensive breakdown there, Bubble couldn't quite get back to it, and gives Alchemy the free net. It's another just defensive error. I wouldn't say it's really a good offensive play, but rather just poor defense. And it's really kind of been the trend this whole series. And, part of me part of me wants that to change, or actually all of me wants that to change. It's more entertaining, I think, if both teams are peaking on offense and defense. So hopefully we see some lesser scoring games and more creativity, I should say.
Yeah, but Alchemy Esports are going to take the lead here in the series. It's going to be 2-1 Alchemy. It's going to be fun how they try to take control of the series. It's not been too great to start things off. Alchemy took game 1 a little bit close, but game 2 got away from them. Could blame it on the internet issues, but at the same time, history can always repeat itself. And here we are, game 4. It's time to find out exactly how TeamZ adjust to making that, taking a loss there in game 3.
And my game has crashed. It's froze on me. I'm trying to get it back up and running.
Next, keeping this one up, still looking for the touch there. There will be nobody back. Nix keeps that one going. What a shot that was. Nix nearly going coast to coast with that air dribble. Had to get 250 there. Alchemy just trying to find their way through to continue holding down the fort here. It's been absolutely stellar the way they've been playing, but a couple of blips here and there just not gonna cut it, and everybody there for TeamZ, but even that's not gonna make its way through. Rocksart keeping this one up. Got the touch around Zylo nearly. Zylo does win the 50 out on that one. Bubble to the corner. Look for the pass here to Kratos, but that's a little bit awkward. And still floating. It's going to be a goal for Bubble. What a way to get this one in. He started the play here to try and lead this one through. Both Rockstar and Nix on the goal line. Still not enough here. And TeamZ find a way to get the equalizer.
And great play. And I'm actually, you're just gonna have to take this game as mine is just crashed and I cannot. My PC's crashed. So you got this one in the bag. I'm gonna reset it.
I'm gonna go ahead and just take over here. Fortunately, a little bit of tech issues here. That's a great shot. That's a great goal from Rockstar, though, to bring Alchemy back into this one. Stitch, just an absolute 50 and a half. Kratos had no way to get back to that one. Zylo just in the wrong spot in the wrong time there as well, trying to get that one away. Fortunately, it goes the way of Alchemy, so you can see them taking the lead again. Zylo having to cut that one off in the midfield. Next, all the way over, but fortunately, Bubble is still there. Looks for the reset, but ran out of boost. Couldn't exactly find it. Ditch for the 50 there. Zylo does win this one out, keeping this one close. Missed the quarter boost there, but might not matter as much. He continues to keep going. That one cleared away by Stitch, and Alchemy continue to hold down the fort here.
While Averded's gone, I'm going to jump in and help you out here, these 3 minutes to go, and another goal! Bubble ties it, TeamZ! With all the pressure they've had, all this play up failed, it was only a matter of time.
Yeah, welcome to the caster seat here, Sporty. It's been a while since I've been with you. It's been always fun every single time we have each other here in the caster seat, but how have you been thinking about this series so far, at least?
Oh, so far, it's actually been rather close. I think this has been the closest series so far today. A lot of back and forth, literally a lot of back and forth. These teams have been so willing to go down the field and a lot of control. I know Averded's been talking about how sloppy this game has been defensively, but offensively, it's been a blast to watch so far. And the aggression, the confidence only continues. Kratos, second touch, unable to get past Rockstar. In goes Bubble for another play. TeamZ continue to stay upfield, and I mean, this TeamZ side, not exactly known for aggression. They're not really playing aggressive either. The one thing I've noticed that this team has done so well is that they've had a really good temperament. They've been able to hold themselves back. They've not gotten too confident. They've not gotten over aggressive. It feels like the pressure that the playoffs give to most teams hasn't really affected them so far, and they've used it to good effect.
And Rockstar just trying to find his way through. He got around Bubble, who almost got around Kratos. Fortunately, does get it over to the midfield. Stitch looking for one here, but that's denied. Nix Let me keep this one mid, but Bubble winning this one out. It is just so awfully close to the way these two teams have been playing out. It's just like either one of these teams could go to the semifinals. It's just been absolutely wild to see how they've been playing Rockstar. Oh, gonna leave this one instead to Stitch. Gonna get one all the way from his own goal line.
Remember when I talked about how this TeamZ team had some really good restraints? Bubble, I think, forgot about that. They're a huge overpush, and that's an easy goal here for Alchemy Esports. 3-2 now in their favor, and considering that they're up 2-1, match point on the line, Alchemy Esports setting themselves up for success, but we've seen a good amount of comebacks. We've seen 2 overtimes already. You can never really count out TeamZ with the way that tonight's has been going. It's Kratos. Bubble will get around Nyx. This is to the corner as he'll leave this one for Xylo. Up in the midfield, and he'll keep things going. Roxer to follow. Xylo to keep. Infield a lift. It will be Bubble to jump in. Nyx. Oh, he's got to be careful here as it will be Kratos. Bubble to follow. It's pinched away. Xylo subbed in for this playoff bracket, has had quite the performance so far. It's Kratos to follow. In front, TeamZ dish on the line and in. Kratos with some magic off the back wall, and TeamZ will take it.
And it's amazing the way that they've stretched Alchemy Esports so well here in this play. Almost everybody low boost on the side of Alchemy. TeamZ just absolutely taking advantage, just trying to keep the pressure up. It's exactly what's been working. You don't want it to change. Rockstar trying to find this mid next. Almost getting this one close. Fortunately, it's kept away. Stitch up. Got the bump on the bubbles, but this is going to be a little bit dangerous. Everybody on Alchemy caught up a little bit too far, but they do manage to get back. But Alchemy still have the back pedal. TeamZ will get even more dangerous as game 4 continues to go on, but it may be and it will be another goal. Alchemy again gonna take the lead here in game 4.
And again, it comes straight from the midfield and an overcommit. Kratos this time rushing to the play, and TeamZ, I mean, one of the things I think this team's done so well this series has been those rotations, has been that positioning, and yet you see this from them, and it's just I don't know what to say about it, but it just feels awkward to see them jump back in like this, jump in and not really know what they're supposed to do. I'm so surprised that the rotation's been as awkward as it has been so far for them, and again, considering that Alchemy Esports has not exactly had the best rotation so far, Xylo's gonna have another one. TeamZ, they have a lot of issues in the mid bubble, and they're on offense. When they're able to keep the ball in that final third, it feels like that rotation out of theirs is the ticket that is giving them these victories, these goals, and these leads that they're trying to fight for.
And the way this has been so far, Alchemy Esports still gotta be careful here. We've seen so many nail biters. The way they've been playing, it's game 1, game 3 so far. I don't know how, but been able to scrape by, but you can't just keep relying on luck like this. 10 seconds on the clock now. He's going the other way. Kratos may have a shot here. Luckily, Rockstar does cut this one off. Kratos still looking to keep this one mid. Bubble with the shot. That's going to be just shy of the goal line. And we're going to have the second overtime this series.
Second, I think this might be the third. I think we had one in game 1, if I'm not wrong. So I think this is actually our third this series. We've lost count at this point, but how many that have happened. This series has been going on for, at this point, almost 40 minutes, and the match is still not even close to being decided, but another overtime, another golden goal territory, and another chance to prove yourself. Kratos going to be chased down by Stitch, who previously won in ATS in the Legends Cup 2 on NX3AM. He's had minimal success since then in the Ascent Tournament Series, but this Alchemy Esports side could be the team to do it, as it's Xylo with the breakaway play. We'll have some room, and we'll have Nyx in front. Kratos to chip. Roxer's up. This one will be kept away, and a little dribble as well. Second touch. Keeps that ball afloat. Xylo leaves. It's Bubble to follow the midfield. Right now held by TeamZ, but if they want that offense, it's that final third they've got to win in. It's that midfield that they've got to keep themselves calm in. As long as they play the way that they are, that rotation will help them. But if they ever get overconfident, if they ever overcommit, that will spell the end of another overtime that, so far, these overtimes have not exactly gone their way every single time.
Yeah, Alchemy Esports, just when it's so close, when everything's on the line, they've kept everything close. They've found a way to come through when it mattered most, but you've still got to think about Sporty. The way that TeamZ is playing, it's just a matter of time before they find a way to get their own breakaway. Nyx from his own corner, able to get it over to Rockstar. Rockstar back downfield, but Demo's starting to fly out. Xylo trying to take everybody off the pitch on the side of Alchemy, but Alchemy not going to care. Still going to find a way to break through to the orange half. Xylo does find a way back, though, and the pressure continues on from TeamZ.
For how high scoring this series has been, it's always funny to me how defensive these overtimes have progressed. It's neither team wants to be the one to make the mistake, and neither team, and both teams are willing to sacrifice their offenses that have done so much good for them for it. So what has been a very aggressive, very offensively decided series, these overtimes have been close. What a pass! Oh, it's absolutely incredible. Stitch with a sneaky behind the back play, and it's right to Nyx and right into the back of the net.
That's exactly the creativity we've been trying to see from Alchemy. They're going to actually force a match point up to this time. 3 games actually so far. Every single win coming from Alchemy decided by 1. It's just absolutely stellar the way Alchemy's been playing so far.
Yeah, it has been. It's been, what a match it's been so far here with, 3-1 match point here for Alchemy Esports. Things are shaping up well for them, but with Game 5 ahead, so far we have not had a series go past Game 5 in Alchemy Esports. Credit where it's due, even though I don't think they're the better team rotationally, that individual skill, they're making it count. And I mean, you've got players like Stitch, who always seems to have another extra touch, another play. The way that this Alchemy Esports team is winning is just by the fact that they always have another touch in store, and TeamZ has to respect that.
And one thing I do want to point out here, I don't think TeamZ is going to take a timeout here as well. They are on their last life here. They lose one more game, they're eliminated from playoffs, so a little surprising to not see them take the timeout here.
Yeah, I know, but to be fair, for a team with the chemistry that TeamZ has, I don't think they need much time to talk to each other. This is not a team of randos. This is a team of players that know each other, that know what they're doing. It just comes down to can they keep their rotation, and more importantly, can they not overcommit? A couple goals this game straight from overcommits. If they keep doing that, bad things are going to come to them.
Yeah, because every single loss is for TeamZ has just been so close. It's just barely within their grasp before it gets ripped away by Alchemy. But here we go, Game 5. Last chance here for TeamZ to try and make the comeback. Kratos immediately tried to do just that. Got denied there in the midfield. Rockstar staying close here. Stitch looking for the pinch in the midfield, still having control here. Got the touch here. Might be one here. Rockstar gonna put this on target, but bubble there in time.
And almost a shot, and as you can tell, the man of the myth legend is back in me. I know you all miss me so much, but here we are getting into, I believe this is game number 5, if I'm right in that. And
we are indeed in game number 5. It's been so fun having Sporty here on the desk. Rockstar, oh my goodness, gonna take the lead here for Alchemy, and on such a little bit of a mishap of a play here. Everybody just so discombobulated. Rockstar showing his muscles there as he boulders his way through into that one.
And what a pass from Stitch to using all 3 players, Nyx up to Stitch, down to Rockstar. That's what we love to see. 3-man passing plays. And we're going to stop immediately here. Rockstar with another almost immediate dunk onto Kratos. That would have been pretty crazy. Xylo going to try and follow this up. Is not going to be able to, though. Stitch has a shot. 2 defenders there, though. Kratos is going to get a clear away and is not going to follow it, though, after a heavy touch. Xylo, not very favorable. Rockstar is on the opponent's backboard. A double commit there coming out. Nyx is going to have to play a little slow. Gets beat out by Kratos, and it's just Rockstar back. Fortunately for him, Kratos has no boost, but not a great touch. We could be seeing a pass here. We do. Xylo wasn't quite ready for that, but here he comes again. He's going to try and make something happen of it. No. Denied by Stitch. Nyx is going to go for a sidewall read. Can't quite find it. It's just Rockstar solo on the attack with Stitch. Is going to keep it in. They have so much time now, but he has no boost. See if he can make a play out of this, but regardless, what I'm seeing so far is Alchemy doing a great job of keeping it in TeamZ's half.
Yeah, what a attempt there. That was actually almost in. Luckily, TeamZ was able to get back on defense. Stitch looking to keep this one going. Actually got bumped off of that one. It was more like getting bullied there the way he was sent flying. Nyx keep this one under wraps. Rockstar got to be patient here and try and get to the wall. This is what you've got to do if you're Alchemy. Just waste as much time as possible. You've already taken away 2 minutes off the clock up to this point, and it's just been absolutely stunning. We're usually used to seeing these absolutely astounding amount of goals from both of these 2 teams here, but so far it's been only one, and Alchemy fortunate enough to be the one owning that goal and having the lead.
And Stitch just robbed, I believe that was Xylo, of the ball. Going to try and keep the offensive here, but TeamZ, they're going to need to get out of their own half and create some opportunities, of course, to score. But I don't. They're maybe they can't rely on this Alchemy team to make some crucial mistakes. They're going to need to make something happen. And Nyx can go for a double off his own corner. Does find it. A good 50 by Nyx to keep it away. Bubble going to try and keep it in. He has boost. Stitch doesn't, but is still able to get a touch on that. Roxer up to Stitch. Goes for the shot. Can't quite find it. Back down to Roxer. Can't get either. Stitch going to go for another touch. Doesn't quite get it. Didn't even throw anybody off either. If he would have got that, might have been crucial for them. But Nyx is going to take it away. Xylo has some time. Decides to boom it away. Roxer passing it. Has so much time. Stitch does. Let's see what he does with zero boost, but manages to get past one. How was that happening? Kratos getting a hard touch, but able to follow it up with a good 50 against Roxer. Xylo gonna try and take it into his own hands, gets demoed, but gets one over. And Stitch gonna try and get this out of his own half as Nyx and him double commit. This Roxer awkward read, does find it though. Xylo gonna try his best, get it out of their half, and we need to see some more control coming out of TeamZ, maybe some more team plays, some bumps, something to get this Alchemy team, throw them off, make them make mistakes.
Yeah, and it's been just so amazing, Alchemy, just locking down when it mattered most. You saw a little bit what was happening towards the beginning of this series, mistakes on rotation just coming out left and right, and Alchemy patching things up when it matters most. This is what makes a team so good, just patching things up when it matters most. And Alchemy not looking to slow down anytime soon. Xylo having to come in narrowly just to get the save on that one. Stitch, we're going to find the 15 through. Nyx to Roxer. Roxer not exactly ready for that one, but does get the read off the seal with the pass. The Stitch is on target. What a goal this was. Look at this banger.
And that was an insane pass, but also an insane shot bottom right. Getting it past Bubble, was not ready for that. And what a great team play. Love to see those type of very quick passes. And I don't know who it was that challenged Roxer on the ceiling there, but they definitely were not ready for him to get up there that quick. And that's going to make the goal lead too. And that could very well be the dagger if TeamZ cannot make something happen here. We're going to see Xylo attempt to go for a flick. Doesn't quite get what he wants, so pass it back to Stitch. And that might be it, though. Can Bubble get back to it? It looks like he can, just barely, but at the expense of giving up a ton of space for Roxer. Here comes Xylo into the challenge off the ceiling. Stitch, not a very great touch. Kratos needs to get something here and now, or the series is over. Stitch is going to pass to Nyx, and we will see the end of this series, and Alchemy will take it in 5.
Yeah, Alchemy already knew it. The moment the clock hit 0, it was going to be a 4-1 win for them in the series. But kudos to them, despite a little bit of the rough start there, managed to lock things down. And Alchemy can take it what seems pretty easily here.
Yeah, and that was just incredible showing, especially from, I think, Roxer. Very, very, very impressive performance from him. Stitch, definitely a great guy. He's very good at the game, very good follow-up potential. I still think they got some work to do on defense, especially whenever they have low boosts. They kind of panic, but regardless, that was a very great series from them. But I think going into this top 4 and even further, if they make it top 2, they're going to have to clean up some of those defensive errors. But I think they look promising for sure.
Yeah, and if you are Alchemy Esports, you especially want to walk into this next series. Next up, we are going to have Wyffindor Retirement Home versus Kawaii Sisters. Winner going to play Alchemy Esports in the semifinals, but it's going to be very interesting how Wyffindor Retirement Home try to handle Kawaii Sisters here.
And that was the last thing for me, so I want to get this out right now. I think next series is going to go to the retirement home. I'm sorry, Blaz and company. You just don't got it. You're a little too old for this game now, and so I think the real retirement home is gonna wipe the floor with you.
Yeah, I kind of gotta agree there. I had Kawaii Sisters gonna be one of the ones to struggle, I think, in the playoffs here, but only one team's gonna make it through. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. But absolutely a fun series that we've had tonight.
Dreams collide in sleepless nights. Stars explode through blinding lights. Victories found in the fight. I'm on top, my soul ignites. Life's a game, we learn the rules. Twist and turn like misfit fools. Through the pain we break the chains. Find the win through loss and gains. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Castles built on hope's foundation. Rivers run with pure elation. Through the storm I'll find my way. Triumph shines like break of day. Tides may turn but I remain. Steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Tides may turn, but I remain. Steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end, the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race, I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings.
Even now, you're coming after me, fire lighting up the sky. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma fight my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take my
The night is late, but the Apex Cup Championship is still not over just yet. Split FC, Araufbeastrl, and ZekVexol all here with our last quarterfinals up ahead of us. Wyffindor Retirement Home versus the Kawaii Sisters, a rematch of the quarterfinals from 2 seasons ago, but we got to talk about that last match that we just had. 4-1. I had a lot of hope in this TeamZ roster to really bring the battle to Alchemy Esports. I thought this Alchemy Esports would come in a bit slowly, and honestly, they kind of did Araufbeastrl. And yet, even then, even when they were maybe not playing their best Rocket League, they still got it done. That's a mark of a good team, as a team that can get wins even when they're not at their best. Araufbeastrl, I think we saw it here with Alchemy Esports. They weren't playing their best. They definitely had a lot of issues. Defensively, especially, they had a lot of issues, but yet they got the job done.
Yeah, a lot of it's just got to go into their offense. Our offense, just really a big firecracker there, but just up towards the end, they're able to solidify everything. Once they started to realize what they needed to lock down on, that's whenever they truly started to lock in and look like their good selves there.
Yeah, and ZekVexol, I mean, we were watching as well. Felt like this TeamZ roster was that close. I mean, there were multiple overtimes in that series. They were that close to taking over the series. But I felt like there were a few things that were stopping them. Talk to everyone out here. What was it that stopped TeamZ from advancing to the semifinals, and why this series ended 4-1, even though every game was so close? We had 3 overtimes. What was the difference between TeamZ? What was it that denied them ever making top 4?
It really, I felt like watching that series, it came down to just little things. And really, when you look at it throughout the entirety of the night, it's just little things. When I look at TeamZ, I want to say it was just somebody not on goal when they really needed to be. You know, deepest man downfield wasn't a member of TeamZ, it was a member of Alchemy Esports. And Alchemy Esports being a team who is 5-0, who has had, great teams that they've gone up against throughout the entire series, they're going to be looking for those opportunities. They're going to be capitalizing on them as well. And let me talk about high score. I mean, we were going into the 4th game, and I believe we were keeping track over in the other chat. It was a 34 score game after game number 4. I want to say it was literally just 9, another 9, a 7, another 9. It was crazy how quickly the score was going up within this one series alone. I honestly think for both of these teams, defense is probably something we want to be looking forward to for the next season for TeamZ and for tomorrow for Alchemy.
Yeah, you definitely mentioned that as well. And by the way, I think I got confirmation. I think we had 41 goals that entire series from both these teams. So I want to say, I just counted up. I think we had 41 goals throughout the entirety of that series. So considering just how many goals we had, yeah, defense is going to be a big question here for Alchemy Esports. But we don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about Alchemy Esports anymore. They got a whole day to rest, relax, and be here again tomorrow. Their opponent, though, however, has not been decided just yet. That's our last quarterfinals of the evening. Wyffindor Retirement Home versus the Kawaii Sisters. While they may have different names, these are not new teams to us here. Wyffindor Retirement Home used to go by the Wiffer Wet Jets, the Kawaii Sisters by 100x Solace. These teams have been here before in the last 2 seasons. Last season, Solace made top 2, lost in the grand finals. Wyffindor Retirement Home, top 8, which actually is a bad performance for them. This is a team that has never missed out a final bracket that continues this season, but ever since they won back in season 1 of the Apex Cup, they have not been able to win again, and their playoff results have slowly but surely gotten weaker for Wyffindor Retirement Home, and this season now, they've made a bit of a change here. Beziki jumping in instead. So it's Armor J, Beziki, and I want to say Moose is also here as well. So this team has made a roster move for the first time. We're seeing a new starter for this Wyffindor Retirement Home team. For a team that's been around as long as they have, that's a big deal for ZekVexol. And for a team like Wyffindor Retirement Home, who have had slowly but surely weaker results every single season, have been as consistent as they have, this is a big shakeup, even though they've had bad results in the past. I mean, no matter how good a team is, if you have the same people as long as you can, as long as they have, it's really tough to make that change. But this season they have, it's a big jump, a big difference. What's the goal for Retirement Home here in this quarterfinals, especially again with this newer starting roster?
Oh, Beziki moving into this roster, I think is going to be a really interesting move. Hopefully he's got that PC that I remember his previous roster that he was on. The Bezzy needs a PC team. I did hear word on the street that he did get a PC. I'm waiting for confirmation from Bezzy himself to let me know, if the stats and everything like that, how great the specs are on that sucker, and if he does actually confirm with that PC. So I'm looking forward to hearing that, and if he still is going to be able to rock it right here. So his team 1 over there with the Bezzy needs a PC. The last time I saw them, waiting to see if they can pull it out right here. Maybe they have a little bit of something against them, though, being the fact of the partnership that's going on with Epic Games right now. Maybe there's some, unforsaken circumstances that might be in the background play if House Wyffindor can compete with the other 4 houses that are currently involved in, our lovely little Rocket League game that we have going on right now. Kawaii Sisters, though, I'm just saying, 100X, this is a notorious organization. I mean, we saw them over on the actual pro scene stage in the top 8 RLCS, competing over there on the main channel, on the main Rocket League channel. This is a group that has been around for a while to put together this roster of Blaz, Demon, and Landon to now switch over to play against Kawaii Sisters. These are going to be 3 great players who are going to put House Wyffindor up to a really great challenge. I am definitely leaning towards Kawaii Sisters, though. Love the team name. Love the logo that they have running for them. Just like I said, probably one of my top 3 favorite shows for the Tomoko market for the comfy anime.
Yeah, as we are again trying to get things sorted out, I think one thing, Araufbeastrl, that you'd like to talk about is the stats here. And I think the stats is a good thing to talk about here. Moose, the second best player by rating right now, second highest, I believe. He's second highest in goals. No, he's third highest in goals, just behind Muffin, who's actually second highest, who won't be playing tonight. But Moose, third highest in goals, 8th highest in saves. Seriously an incredible player. Armor J is number 6 in assists. This is a Wyffindor team that is all in the top 5 in terms of total score. They haven't had a lot of time to play with Bezeki. They haven't had a lot of time to work around Bezeki. It's really mostly been Muffin, Armor J, and Moose. They've made that change to this final bracket. They're making that change to this quarterfinals. You've seen Bezeki. You know what Bezeki can do. This guy has won last season in the Phoenix Cup. He's looking to win his second championship, but the Apex Cup is very different. Talk to me about kind of what it's like to make that shift from Phoenix to Apex, going up a division, and more importantly, making that shift with players as seasoned as the other 3 are.
Well, it's definitely going to be interesting how he's got to adjust here. It's, again, like you said, not exactly as easy as it probably is going to be out of the Phoenix Cup, but we all know Bezeki, of all the players, probably be one of the ones to still be able to just make it do well here. Moose and Armor J still one of the best players that we have in the Apex Cup, so even if Bezeki doesn't step up here, he still has 2 solid teammates to help him do what he needs to do here to try and succeed.
All right, then, we're getting very close to when this series begins. Wyffindor Retirement Home, Kawaii Sisters, 2 old school teams. Again, as I mentioned, this is a rematch of Season 4 Apex Cup quarterfinals. Again, that was back under their old names of Wyffindor Wet Jets and 100X Solace. That match went to Game 6. Wet Jets did win that one, but that is a very different 100X Solace roster is today. Lena was the captain. Blaz was on this team, but they've definitely, and Demon was as well. Those are the players, I believe. Those are 3 of their players. They had an emergency sub. Things really didn't go well for them. Now Lena's the coach. It's Blaz and Demon who are still teaming up. But again, they've got a new player as well here for this series in Landon. Just all things considered, a much better position for them. But having Lena as coach, this is the first time that Lena has not actually competed during an ATS season ever since their debut. On 100X Solace, what does that do for a player to switch from player to coach? That's a pretty big shift. We've seen some people do in the past, but it's a tough shift to make, and a lot of people, they can't really adapt that well. Talk to me about the importance of Lena here tonight for the Kawaii Sisters.
It's going to be very, very important here as well in that department, because if you have the experience as a player, you know what's going to be in the players' minds here. So you are going to be able to help a little bit better, keep a steady head, and I think that's actually going to be a little bit for the best here to have a coach with experience as a player than having a coach who's only been a coach for so long.
Well, we're going to get into our match in just a few moments here. It's Blaz, Demon, and Landon of the Kawaii Sisters versus Armor J, Bezeki, and Muffin of Retirement Home. It's time for our final predictions of the evening. Both of you have been right and wrong at different times. Tonight, you can see if you can end it with a high. We're going to go down the line here. ZekVexol, Araufbeastrl, and then myself. ZekVexol, you got winning this one. Retirement Home won last time, 2 seasons ago, but we are a long way away from those rosters. Who do you think takes it here in the rematch?
I've made a lot of jokes throughout the night about saying this match is going to go the distance, but I've always been safe and been like, okay, 4-1, maybe 4-2 for the series that I have been predicting. I'm going to say 4-3 Kawaii Sisters. I'm going to bank in on this one. I'm going to say Kawaii Sisters are taking this one in 7. Give me Champions Field.
Yeah, we say that the Wyffindor Retirement Home may be one of the best, but I still do think they are one of the best. I think they're going to actually put the Kawaii Sisters in the Retirement Home, going to take this one 4-2.
And I've got the retirement at home as well. They won before, and this is a team that, with a new changeup in Beziki, we'll see how they play. I definitely don't think they are at full strength. I think this is going to be at least a 7-game series. I want to see a 7-game series. I think this has the ability to do it. We've had no series go past 5 games, but this seems like it is one that is destined to go the distance. But I do have the retirement home 4-3 in Game 7. And that means we're just about ready to get things underway. ZekVexol, the last match of the night, is only a moments away here with the retirement home. And the Kawaii sisters. You talked to me about how much you like this Kawaii Sisters team name. Now it's about seeing if they can perform. And really, this season, it's been a major surprise to the Kawaii Sisters. This is a team that, while they were high-seeded, I think a lot of people were surprised to see them do as well as they did. 4-1 at the entire season. Only loss coming to Alchemy Esports, who they could very easily get a rematch in that semi-finals. That's the team they really want to go against right now, is Alchemy. They also have a bit of a grudge against Torrent Vagabond, who beat them last season. So, as we're about to get into this series, as we're about to transition over ZekVexol, Kawaii Sisters, they have a lot of grudges. Now is their time to really settle the score once and for all.
They got to settle the score once and for all. They got to bring it all out to the table and show that, you know, just some good feels on the roster isn't all that they have going for them. I'm excited to see what these teams are going to be bringing to the pitch for our final game. I'm excited, both of us, you and I, Sporty, rooting for the opposite team, saying who's going to be taking it all the way to Game 7, who's going to be walking away with the top. But ladies and gentlemen, with the entire night of Rocket League is coming to a close. 5 minutes up there on the clock. A potential 7 games. Kickoff is underway here. We go.
The last of House Wyffindor stands in the Apex Cup, but this is a team that is known for consistency. Tonight is their night to keep that going. The Kawaii Sisters, a lot of grudges, a lot of teams I'd like to take wins against. This is one of them. And they'll be battling for a spot here tomorrow in the first of the semi-finals, but they're on the orange. Wyffindor retirement home on the blue. And House Wyffindor last season, top 8. The worst performance they've ever had in the Apex Cup was a top 8. Obviously, as I said, that's a pretty good performance for just about any team, but for Wyffindor retirement home, that was, again, a bad performance, a bad outcome for them. Trying to make some changes, trying to make some adjustments. And tonight, they have one here with Beziki, but it is Kawaii Sisters trying to break out first. Will be Armored J, though. Wyffindor retirement home on the back wall. A miss in front. Muffin with the shot. It's off the post. Beziki! And the first strike goes to House Wyffindor.
Good setup, good follow-up right there. You can see Armor J and Muffin just trying to get this one on in. Bezzy to fly his way on through. Just, it seems like right there, Kawaii Sisters not able to get the clear ball they were looking for. Trapped on defense, finally locked on down. First one going on the board over towards Wyffindor retirement home. But still plenty of game left. 4 minutes of game at that still to go. It's going to come down to how well adaptations can get made, how well we can pull this one on back. And honestly, for me, if Kawaii Sisters can get off of defense, you see him immediately right now back on defense. Armor J going up for the pressure. Landon with the clear ball, going to carry this one across though, trying to maintain possession, but Bezik chilling on back, ready to receive it. Look at that, deep into the back wall, goes for the double, drops it on down and in. That is a goal, all tied up right there. 3.5 minutes still to go.
Yeah, and a beautiful one at that. A really tough double tap, because that is right behind him. It's such a tough place to hit it, but that was clinical, and that is exactly what you need if you're the Kawaii Sisters. This is a team that's got mechanics, a team that's got what it takes, and Demon will need to keep that going. Assisted by Landon, who is really the player I'm looking most at here, the most unknown player out of the 6 on this field, and I believe the only one on either roster who has never been in a grand finals. So Landon, the one here with the least amount of experience, you know, with players around him like Blaz, like Demon, who both been in grand finals before. You got Lena as coach, who's been in the grand finals from last season. What is Landon going to do? Well, he's going to score again. 2-1 now. Kawaii Sisters. You know, I got some concerns about Landon, but clearly none of them are showing here. A ceiling double tap that completely fools the defense.
You're sitting there saying, Landon, you're standing on the shoulders of giants. Landon's like, no, I am one of the giants. Here, let me just put one right on in. 2-1 Kawaii Sisters. They claim the lead. They bounce back from the early aggression that was coming in from the retirement home. Now, look at that. 2-1. Can they maintain that? Can they extend that lead? Can they keep this on going? It's going to come down to how well they can keep on this pressure. So far, they got themselves off of defense onto offense, keeping it going. Demon takes a shot, Landon for the follow-up. Ding off the right post, but the ball cleared on away. Approaching halftime here in game 1, and it's Kawaii Sisters with the lead.
And one that this, Wyffindor team was known for was those infield passes. We haven't seen much of it so far. It really feels like Beziki is quite disconnected from what Muffin and Armor J are doing, and that's not a good sign, because, I mean, these Armor J and Muffin rely on infield passes, rely on plays, on making plays towards each other right in front of the goal. Really haven't seen Beziki take that offensive striking position, and, I mean, someone's got to do it here for them. It just feels like the passes haven't been there. The chemistry isn't there right now. In a series like this one, that chemistry is going to be what will win it for you through this Wyffindor Retirement home team. So, as time goes on, they've really got to make sure they work on Beziki right now, because so far, just really not the chemistry that we know that this team can do.
Back to 50-50, neutral ball possession, neutral. What side of the pitch we're playing on? Offense, defense, whatever we got going on here. Bezzy carrying it over the top. Good bump coming on in, and that bump removes the last defender. She's all tied up. Bezzy puts it on in, and the retirement home are now 2-2 with the Kawaii sisters.
I mean, he might be solo, but he has definitely been able to put some pretty incredible goals in. With the way that things stand, 2-2 tie game, it's intense, it's close, it's exactly everything you want in this series if you're a fan, but I'm sure the House Wyffindor fans will not be exactly happy, nor will the Kawaii Sisters fans be at all, but it's intense, that's definitely for sure. As an open net on Blaz, that's not one you can be missing there, a wide open chance, and I mean, you're not going to get a play nearly as easy as that again, Blaz.
The setup was there. He flew his way on through. He saw the opportunity, but I think he was just moving a little bit too quick for his own britches. If he maybe took just a moment's time, and I mean like a fraction of a second longer, he might have actually been in a better position, just got a little too ahead of himself. Corner ball now over in the retirement home side of the pitch. Landon pops it over to the center. RJ is there for the clear. Demon meeting it at center field, goes up into the air. Muffin stripping the pressure, taking it on down over into the Kawaii Sisters corner. Muffin to the back wall. Armor J taps it on down. Setup is there, but Bezzy can't get close enough to set this one on in. 60 seconds remain, and the ball pops on over to Wyffindor side of the pitch.
Yeah, but they might have another chance. Steven's just a little high, and Armor J will keep it out. Another big chance wasted for the Kawaii Sisters. They've been right now winning on shots. Demons got 5. Landon with 3. It's only 4 shots from the retirement home. I mean, you're talking about more than double the output from the Kawaii Sisters, and yet it is tied because their accuracy just has not been there. A lot of chances this game where you felt like they could have done better and should have done better. We're in the retirement home. I mean, they've gotten a bit lucky with some of these plays, but then again, you need your opponents to, if you're the Kawaii Sisters, you really should be winning this game. You've had better chances, you've had more chances, you've had more good chances. Now you gotta put them in the back of the nets on us. You want this retirement home to take the first game against you.
It's the chances are there, but it's a team that can actually capitalize on those opportunities. Calm, cool, collected. It's got to have all 3 of those and make sure you're staying on the right side of mind. 5 seconds left to go. How many times have we had so far the game 1 go all the way into overtime? I want to say it's going to be the 3rd time now. We're seeing game 1 overtime scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, 2-2. It's all tied up. Kickoff is underway. 5 minutes down. Time is ticking up.
Yeah, and we've got an overtime, and you said it, the pressure is on. Who's going to crack under this kind of pressure? We've had a couple so far, had a couple last series. Pressure definitely can break these players, and especially an OT like this. I mean, this is something that this retirement home is all too used to, is overtime. I mean, they've been in the playoff bracket so many times before, but you can't deny the Kawaii Sisters have had their experience, at least as of late. A grand finalist from last season. Really does come down to one big play. Beziki with both the goals so far for Wyffindor retirement home as Armor J will clear, and ever since the end of the game when they had 4 shots, they've now been able to pick this up to 6. Infield pass, Blaz the clear, but Bezzy, he's trying to make it 7. The net's there, the shot not on. It's a tough angle. He wasn't able to hit this one, but Kawaii Sisters, a little fortunate that that one wasn't any better for the Wyffindor retirement home.
That's right, Muffin chilling on downtown. Gonna get the clear, send this one right on back. Trying to keep the pressure going for the retirement home. Bezzy keeps it from the midline, goes for a flip reset into the corner. Blaz waiting for it to the backboard. Muffin comes on down, spikes it down on and in. Game number 1 goes over to the Wyffindor retirement home.
Yeah, just one pop-up, one big chance. It's a speedy play, and Muffin right off Armor J. That duo has had so many matches together. Once they find the pass, it's so tough to slow them down, and that's what this retirement home is so good at. They're so good at recognizing those passes, catching up to each other, and, you know, playing speedy. I mean, when you have years of experience with with your teammates, it all becomes second nature in the retirement home. That's why they are such a consistently good team in making playoffs. The problem is they've only been able to win once. They've been in the playoffs so many times that you would expect them to be a multi-time champion, and yet this really feels like another big chance for them here, another opportunity for them to see if they can make the run. Kawaii Sisters, though, another good performance, but by the end of that game, you could kind of see the pressure fall away from them. I think ZekVexol, the pressure got to them there. Landon, especially, who had a solid performance in the first half of the game, fell quiet by the second half.
Slowed down. You said maybe let the pressure get to him just a little bit. You look at the opposite side of the roster, Muffin, Armor J, these guys are two guys who've been playing together for a long time, have good chemistry, have good history, and that stuff has just been building and compounding over time. Bezzy, how is he going to fit into this roster? These are the big questions we were asking. Does he need to be the solo player and allow the duo that's still consisting to be the setup for him to make sure they're getting the bumps, getting the reads, understanding their own new teammate? Well, I can tell you right now, start of the game looked a little bit shaky for them. As they were getting throughout the rest of that game, we started to see a little bit more connection, a little bit more understanding, a little bit better reads of each other. They're going to be moving forward. They're going to be warming up. They're going to be getting a lot cleaner. This is a roster that I'm looking forward to in time. But here's the right now is how they're going to be pulling it out right here, right now. Blaz, Demon, two Nemesis over here for this Kawaii Sisters roster. Need to do the same with Landon. Landon clearly has the skill to play at this level. Now, how can we work together as a unit is going to be the big question. Game number 2 is here, Sporty, and it's up to the Kawaii Sisters to respond. And Demon goes right off the rip. Look at that, 15 seconds on in. I'm still breaking things on down, and he's like, let's just get it on going. Kawaii Sisters, you want us to respond? Here you go.
And Blaz right to the smoke screen too. Bezzy never saw him. Didn't know that Blaz was going to actually jump for that play up the corner. And that will make things a whole lot easier for the Kawaii Sisters. Smoke screen to favor them, but only a 1-goal advantage for now. Muffin has options infield, will find Bezzy. Infield pass denied by Demon. Armor J now to the corner, left it, Muffin again, it's off the post, it's Bezzy, and he hit it wide. Blaz did a great job of making himself large. The shot goes wide because Bezzy needed to hit it well. The info pass for Wyffindor Retirement Home starting to show up in full force, and some good defense of the Kawaii Sisters. It will not result in a goal just yet.
When you see the pressure come in from the retirement home, it's consistent pressure. It's multi-man pressure. Like you said, those infield passes, the rebound potential, the double potential. They're on top of this ball, and they're on top of the goal, and they're making sure you feel pressured multi-man defense because you're going to need it. You're going to need every last defender in and around your goal to stop the onslaught that is the Wyffindor retirement home that they're trying to pull on out here. Armor J takes it over to the corner. Landon is chilling, is waiting. Good patience, good clear coming in. But Bezzy, look at this. Right on back, goes for the setup, right on down. Muffin is there for the follow-up. Sets it up, secures it, all tied up once again.
And just a moment of brilliance from Bezzy. I mean, that corner touch, I don't know how on earth he had the idea to do that, but it caught Kawaii Sisters, that's for certain. An incredible touch up the corner, just leaves it in front, of Kawaii Sisters dumbfounded. Right now, Bezzy, I really think Bezzy, even though he had so many goals last game, really works best using his mechanics as a playmaker. And you're seeing it here. He's playmaking, he's making things happen, he's getting in the face of the Kawaii Sisters. It's weird to me to say this, but Bezzy is just being an absolute nuisance right now. The Kawaii Sisters don't like it one bit.
It's kind of what I was saying, too, as we were getting into this one. Let Bezzy use his mechanics. Let him be his thing, and let Armor J and Muffin look at him and go, okay, we can read you. We can work off of you. We can set you up. We can make sure the bumps are there. The demos are there. We can make sure the ball is there where you need it to be and let you do your thing. And that's how maybe this roster can survive. That's how they can strive and how they can overcome. Muffin taps it on over to the corner. Look who picks it up. It's Bezzy, who we're talking about. Carries it across to the back wall. Is going to drop it on down. Armor J is chilling. Ball a little bit too wide though, but Muffin chilling in the back. Good rotations coming in from the Wyffindor retirement home, keeping things on going, keeping up the pressure. Blaz with the clear takes it over to the back wall, stripped away by Bezzy.
And really calm as well. I mean, this has definitely been the least chaotic series as of yet for it. You can really tell both these teams, and just how much they are using that experience as another open net for Bezzy. It's very calm, although for Kawaii Sisters, it is not going their way. And Bezzy again, who, won the championship last season in the Phoenix Cup, making it known here, that experience really does go a long way in being able to perform as he has so far in a whole division greater than what he had to do last season.
You can make the team plays off the backhand of Armor J and Muffin, but it's those solo plays too that come out on top that we were just talking about, that we were just highlighting. Bezzy sends it over to the corner to himself and is able to bring it and bounce it right on back. His own rebound, his own setup, his own secure. The declaration 2-1. Wyffindor retirement home are leading. 2 minutes, 15 seconds left here on the clock. Demon pops the ball up into the corner. Bezzy there ready to receive, carrying it across. Blaz strip away the pressure. Armor J chilling at the center field, pops it up over. Look who's waiting. Look who's lurking. It's Bezzy, but Demon is going to be able to get the ball, get the touch before he can. Blast to the back wall, goes for the double. Muffin strips it on away, and no lockdown, no secure coming in from the Kawaii sisters.
Muffin again. Demon to clear, and Bezzy Key once more. He's got all this room looking to take out Plaz. Won't be able to do so here, and Retirement Home already behind him on that one. Will be leaving the midfield, but look at how quickly they get this thing back. Bezzy Key sends it up. Demon whipped on it, and it's Armor J with the cool, easy goal. It's 3-1 in favor of House Wyffindor.
You can't be the one whiffing against the Wyffindor. They're going to take those opportunities and they're going to lock him on down. Look at that. Not only was Armor J there, but Muffin was sitting right behind him, ready for the follow-up, ready for the double, just in case. These guys are on top of it. They're playing together as a team. They're playing together as a unit. Now it just comes down to the Kawaii sisters making sure we're clearing things up, making sure we're preventing these kind of openings from getting made. A minute and a half to go, and it's a 2-goal deficit for the Kawaii sisters.
Yeah, even though I think both these teams are playing a very calm game, you can tell this Wyffindor Retirement Home just playing clinically right now. Almost 4-1 as a double commit will keep it out from Landon. Had a couple goals last game, 0 so far, and in fact, not even a single shot. So for Kawaii sisters, the one player felt like that had offense under control last game, that's gone now. They don't have the offense anymore. They don't have that one striker they had, and now you can really tell they are starved for opportunities on offense. The shots well in favor of Retirement Home. It is 9-2. So Kawaii sisters, without their, one player who was really striking last game, you can really tell they are just a shell of their former selves. And Wyffindor Retirement Home are making them work for every single block.
9-2, 10-2. Let's keep on rallying this on up. The Retirement Home is keeping up the pressure, and they're making sure the Kawaii sisters feel it. Not only is it the 10 shots to 2, but it's 60% of the time the Retirement Home has had the ball. It's 60% of the time the Retirement Home has kept this ball down over, in and in front of Kawaii sisters' pitch, in and in front of their goal, making sure they feel pressured. It's a multi-factor thing right now that is right now keeping the Retirement Home 2 goals up. 20 seconds left. Muffin sending it back to the back wall. Landon for the receive. Gonna carry this one on over, sends it to the center, but the problem is there's not enough time for the Kawaii sisters to bring this on back.
There really isn't here, and this game's going to end a 2-0 lead for Wyffindor Retirement Home, for a team that lost the quarterfinals of last season and now 2 games away from not sharing the same fate this season. We'll see if a timeout comes out from the Kawaii sisters, but now you got to start considering if that's the place you got to go here if you're Kawaii sisters. Things haven't gone well. 2 games in a row, and Wyffindor Retirement Home have definitely been the better of the 2. Kawaii sisters, for a team that has been as calm as they have been, now they got to consider what do you change going into Game 3, because this is not a good look for Kawaii sisters. They're definitely being outplayed, and that Wyffindor Retirement Home calmness is only masking this team's incredible confidence.
Well, game number 1 as the Kawaii sisters, you come out swinging. 1 goal, 2 goal. Cool. We're doing pretty good. Retirement Home, they brought it on back. Game number 2, you look at it. Kawaii sisters, they come out swinging, get the 1 goal. Then what happens? Retirement Home, they brought it right on back. 1 goal, 2 goal, 3 over in Wyffindor's favor. They walk away 2 games up. Now, you got to make sure not only are you able to get these leads, cool, we determine Kawaii sisters can get the leads. How can we maintain those leads is going to be the big question. How can we extend those leads is going to be the other question. Right now, I got those 2 that I'm sitting on the Kawaii sisters. You got to be remaining calm. You got to make sure you're staying on top of things. You got to be understanding that, cool, you get the 1, you maintain the pressure. Maybe it's a mental thing on top of it, too. All I know for a fact is that we got to make sure we're getting those rotations. We're starting to move like a unit, because the longer this game is going, the longer this series is going, I'm seeing Wyffindor playing cleaner and cleaner.
Yeah, that's the scary part as well. And this Wyffindor team also has multiple players that can score. Everybody on this team can put the ball in the net. There's really no one player I think that I look at as the leading scorer. Maybe Bezzy, just due to the fact that he's naturally an aggressive first-man type player. But realistically, everyone on this team can score and will score. So it's not about shutting down one player. It's not about, recognizing that one player's really got their chances. It's about just stopping Wyffindor Retirement Home at the source. Stopping them before they even get their plays upfield, even start making the offense work. For Kawaii sisters, what it's going to take is recognizing the midfield has not been won yet, recognizing you got to win those challenges, got to keep the midfield clean, and you got to put the ball in. Another game off to a good start for the Kawaii sisters. The question, as you said during the break, was can they maintain it?
That right there is the comms right there, okay? And that tells me Kawaii sisters are able to do this. Cool. You saw Demon go into the back wall, and you saw how he dropped on down, pinched that one to the left side wall. Guess what? Landon sitting saying, I'm ready, I'm behind you, I got this. Good, the drop on down. Good clear on away. Good, you got the lead, maintain it. You said, like we're both saying, like we're saying, just keep this ball, keep the pressure, keep things going. You have a shot, you have a goal. Now the center ball is there. Blast for the redirect, a little bit too far wide. Still plenty of game time left for Wyffindor.
Ezeki will hold this one down. A demo in the midfield. Open chance. It's Landon bump. Damon's not there. Armor J just sat and watched it. He didn't think it would be so easy for himself. And Wyffindor's retirement home just watching an open chance taken away. Now they'll go upfield again, but Demon's there to win it. The midfield is going to be the major question in this game for the Kawaii sisters. They've got to win those challenges. So far, they'll hold this thing upfield. Blaz, Muffin. Sent back in is Demon. That one will bounce well. It's actually just off the crossbar. Demon almost able to sneak one by Bezzy as an outfield play. Muffin. Armor J trying to take out Landon. Bezzy jumps in. Nobody's playing defensively right now, and Blaz will recognize this one. Punts it down the field. Armor J will hold it, but the Wyffindor retirement home will keep things moving. Blaz beats. Demon also up as well, so Muffin's got the midfield. Shots could have been a whole lot better. Landon with an easy block, and the Kawaii sisters recognizing that the retirement home is going for a lot of these far out shots, starting to really win the challenges, and as I said, block it at the source, but Armor J, big save for Blaz. This game stays in his favor.
Good pinch on down the one-on-one scenario. You're able to conquer those. You can bring this on back. Ball drops on down. Landon picks it up. Goes for the shot attempt right there, but Muffin with the instant denial. Blast keeping up the pressure. Takes it over to the corner. Landon, Muffin, double demo. Ball bounces on away. Clear ball coming in from the retirement home. Demon picking it on up. Armor J strips away the potential. Blast takes it to the sky over the top of Muffin. Bezzy chilling on back. Picks it up. Approaching halftime here in game number 3. Kawaii sisters, they're maintaining the lead. Keep it going. Left side double coming in from Bezzy. Not able to keep that one on through. Good job from the Kawaii sisters. They're maintaining. They're holding down. Keep it going. 2.5 minutes more to go.
Yeah, but they got to be really careful here. They got to be nervous. I mean, they've only had one goal this game. Any goal from this Wyffindor retirement home, and they're just not set up to take another. I mean, this is really going to be either 1-0 or it's going to be retirement home walking away with it. Bezzy Blaz bumps, it's just across the goal. Now it's Muffin who will misread this one. Demon with all his room, and look at this play from Demon, just waiting, just taking his time, a couple seconds taking away, and it's Armor J. Landon bumped, it's Muffin, he's looking for the infield pass. Bezzy jumps in, he won't be able to get one through Blaz. Again, the retirement home getting all that much closer, still not enough. Inside the final 2 minutes, and man, this Kawaii sisters team, this is really defense or broke for them. All on staying still on the goal line, and it's held up for now, but man, this has been nerve-wracking to watch. It's been scary to see, and you really feel like retirement home is only one good play away from winning this game.
They are. You take a look at it. We started off and it was, oh my goodness, God, the pitch. We started off, Kawaii sisters, they got that opening goal. They got the 2 shots right off the rim. They're still at 2 shots, okay? The retirement home has been taking care of the offense. They immediately switched the script. It's 9 shots to 2 now in favor of the Wyffindor retirement home. There's something about the longer these games go on that Wyffindor just starts taking control of, taking order. Finally, the 3rd shot coming on through. We're seeing Kawaii sisters get a glimpse of offense right there, but just a momentary glimpse. 60 seconds left to go. A single play can make it. A single play can change this. A single play can make this retirement home onto the match point, onto the series point, and finding themselves towards the semifinals. Ball dropping in down close to the front of the Kawaii sisters goal. Bezzy trying to get this one set up. Armor J takes to the sky for the redirect. A little bit too shallow on that one. It's going to bounce off the right wall. Now 35 seconds left on the clock. Muffin picks up the pressure. Demon ends up stripping it away. Carries this across the sky. Underneath Bezzy. Left side wall. Final 30 seconds. Kawaii sisters maintain. Go for the shots. Hold this on down.
The line has been held so far, but maybe one chance to go! It's Muffin! And it is a goal back! For over 4.5 minutes they've searched, but that's the play they've been looking for!
19 seconds, Sporty. You had 19 seconds to hold that one on down. The ball went right on through. Like we said, that one play is going to be the game maker, the game changer, and right there, Retirement Home found it. 10 seconds left now. It's up to the Kawaii sisters. You gotta find this, I'm going to say, in overtime, because unless you can make something right here, right now, happen, there it is. That's what you needed. I was honestly, all right, I'm floored. I'll be honest, I'm floored.
A simple play, but boy does it work. Off the bar and in, Kawaii sisters looking for their first win of the series, and with 4 ticks of the clock to go, all you need to do is win this kickoff. They'll do as well. Everybody up for Retirement Home. They'll race back. Beziki keeps it above the back wall. Demon fakes it. That'll end game 3. Kawaii sisters are 1 game back.
There we go. We are not on a match point series point just yet. We're going to keep this ongoing. Kawaii sisters have found the one that they were looking for, and the one that they needed. Honestly, at that point, you're looking at this scenario. It really comes down to what we were talking about. How can Kawaii sisters maintain not even just goal pressure, not even just score pressure, just pressure on the map in general? They had the 2 shots right off the rip that gave them the 1 goal. But for the next 4 minutes, they didn't get a single shot. They didn't get a single opportunity on offense. That's what that tells me, Sporty.
Yeah, it definitely was a scary situation for them. They've had very little on offense, and I just have to say this, as much as I love a defensive battle, that's just not going to win you championships. It's not going to win you matches at this level. It's not going to win you championships. If you're the Kawaii sisters, you got to find a way to get up on offense. And it doesn't mean you have to not play defense. It just means you got to find a way to get plays upfield to be that threatening team. Maybe it comes down to counterattacks. We haven't seen a lot of it from them. Realistically, though, if they're going to beat this Wyffindor time at home, it's not going to be counterattacks. It's going to be pressure. They got to find a way to win the midfield a little more consistently and not rely on sitting back as far as they have, because simply put, if you keep doing that, you're gonna pay for it. This Retirement Home is too good to keep playing that playstyle against them.
I think offensive rotations. I think that's what I really need. I need Kawaii sisters to get in a rhythm with each other, because I'm seeing that rhythm come in from Retirement Home. I'm seeing Muffin and Armor J move around each other, move around Bezzy very nicely. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for. I need to see that from Demon and Blaz. How can we incorporate Landon into this? How can we get those smooth rotations, create that Gatling gun of pressure that I'm looking for? Because once you can do that, once you can start making those kind of pressure moments, those pressure plays, that's where I feel like you can look for those opportunities. That's where I feel like you start turning those leads, maintaining those leads, and start really giving a team a run for their money.
Armor J in the back wall will try to get the first chance here for Retirement Home, but he's not going to do so well. Muffin is going to have to waste a little bit of time as Blaz upfield will take him out. Will be kept to him, and actually Blaz again on the ball will hold this one up for Landon. No one there. Armor J to take it. Bezzy will leave it as Armor J actually not on the same page there. It's a play that was meant to be left for Bezzy, but yeah, I thought Armor J was going to keep the dribble going, and miscommunication now means Retirement Home's all back on defense. Cleared away. Kept in by Landon, but not for long. Armor J, Demon the block. Muffin should be next to go. He'll take this one as Blaz the challenge. Bezzy missed on it. Blaz knows he'll keep this thing up in the air. Bezzy to clear. Landon the block, and it's off the back wall. Second touch. Armor J doesn't have this one. Muffin will. It's Blaz jumping in, and it is a goal. Kawaii sisters, for another game in a row, have taken the first one.
4 games, lead goes to Kawaii sisters. 4 games in a row, the Kawaii sisters take the opening goal. And I'm really looking at it. I'm going to start breaking it down to this. If you can maintain your pressure against the Kawaii sisters for the first, I don't know, minute and a half, you know, if you could just slow things on down, keep them off the ball. Look at that, immediately switching things up for the Retirement Home. If you can hold down the early game against the Kawaii sisters, maybe things will look a little bit nicer. Maybe you'll have a better opportunity. But I want to see a change come in from the Kawaii sisters. It's got to come in here, but look at that. There's the turnaround. There's the switch. As we're talking about it, hold them down for the first 90 seconds and then just turn the script on them, flip the script on them. But now you're in this scenario where you're a goal down. Instead of being tied up, you could have been a goal up.
That is nasty. Armor J, are you absolutely real? That might be one of the best goals we've had all night. And Armor J, not surprised to see him be the one that does it. He's had a history of being a very good ones player, so it's not surprising to see him find this kind of success. He's in the semifinals for the, I believe, the 1v1 Apex Cup. He's in the semifinals just like Rockshit is. Moose as well, I believe, is in that. Either Moose or Muffin. It's also in the semifinals for the 1v1 Apex Cup. So he's talking about a team with that kind of ability. They keep finding success. Armor J almost had another one there as it is Moose who's also in the semifinals, but 1-1 tie game in Armor J. If that's the kind of goals we're going to be seeing tonight, this game 4 on Sovereign Heights is anyone's to take.
Demo for demo for demo for demo. Right now it is turning into a demolition derby, and I love every moment of it. Approaching halftime, Bezzy carries this across, flip reset, stripped away by Landon. Corner ball now, Armor J looking for the center. Muffin strips the pressure, carries it up to the sky. Demon meets it, drops it, keeps the going, takes this across, bounces across the center pitch. Bezzy keeping this one neutral, keeping this in their favor. Gone by Blast to Armor J now as it just bounces back and forth across the center line. No team able to really get the strip away, no team really able to get the pressure. Now it looks like going towards retirement home, and then immediately right on back, Demon carries it across.
Just feels like it's anyone's to take here, and I like the Kawaii sisters not so passive anymore this game. They're not sitting back, they're not waiting. Maybe it helps that this game is tied, but they're not playing that same defensive posture. They knew last game they sort of got away with one there. They're not looking to, I think, keep it consistent here as another clears to the midfield, and the retirement home again just playing a little further back now. You can tell they always seem to have one player waiting on the midfield line. There's nobody in this team that's willing to send everybody all up past that line. So they're playing a more passive play style. They're playing a more patient game. It really feels like somebody's got to be the difference maker because neither team wants to be the one to break the deadlock.
Yeah, when I see a good mechanically skilled team play confidently, play three-man forward, look for those aggressive offensive plays, that's a big difference maker that I see. That's where I see teams getting that confident three-man push, just cheating up, looking for those aggressive Gatling gun shots on goal. But look at this, even right now, chilling back is Blast, Landon going to join him. You need this multi-man back because when you do see the offense coming on through from Wyffindor, what do you see? The bumps, the demos, you see these players moving on forward to go in for the setup. They have faith in Bezzy. They know Bezzy's gonna sit there and give them the shot that they need. So we just gotta get the defender on out of there. Opportunity set up right here. Armor J just dumps it right over to Muffin, who sees that, drops it on down and in, and that's gonna be a goal lead for the retirement home. We got 63 seconds left here in game number 4.
Yeah, that play left so open there by Bezzy because he does such a good job at getting rid of the only one that was going to challenge that of the Kawaii sisters. A crucial bump here, and the shots again in favor of the retirement home. 8-3 right now. Kawaii sisters struggling once again to get the offense. This game not as badly as last game, but again, that offense out of the Kawaii sisters stunted by the time this game is nearing its end. Inside the final few moments, they're gonna need to get that chance, and hopefully, at least for their own sake, they don't get it with 4 seconds left in this game. Blaz, they keep it away. Bezzy there the challenge. It will be Kawaii sisters who do get the opportunity at last. Demon all alone. He'll be chased from behind, bumped off the ball. Muffin, double commit. Landon's in as well. He's got room. It will be blocked by one, but he's gonna have the ball still. Blaz, Armor J, forcing Demon to go. He'll get over him, but it's Blaz again who raises after it against Bezzy. Infield touch. Landon is up. He's beat as well. 10 seconds to go, and the Wyffindor retirement home just look to let this be the last 10 seconds of game 4. Long clear. Muffin is up. He'll pirouette, but it's Landon still. Up is Blaz. He's got the touch, and it's denied on the goal line. Wyffindor retirement home have triple match point.
Look at that. They found it. They locked it on down. But it really comes down to that early game. You know what? Could have been a 2-1. Could have been a 2-0. There's a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas. Kawaii sisters, they have early game. Just maintain that, and you might find yourself in better opportunities. But now I'm looking at it from the other side of the script. Kawaii sisters, you have the early game. What goes on? Why do we fall apart throughout the remainder of the game? Where does that go? Why do we get 4 shots in this game? You know, over in the last one, I think we were at 3 or 4 shots, 2 shots right off the rip, and then just nothing. You know, where does this offensive pressure go? Is it just all of a sudden you start to feel a little bit pressure from your opponent and you go into kind of a turtle shell mode, pull back, you know, play a little bit more reserved, play a lot of bit more reserved, I could say, because there were times where I was talking I was talking it up. Okay, the Kawaii sisters, they would pull a man back, go and play that defense, and they had 2 man back because they understood that the retirement home was going to come in and get a bump on their lone defender so that they could go for that shot. That's cool and all, but then you don't have offense.
Alchemy Esports waiting in the semifinals for the winner of this series. That'll be the first match in semis, by the way, tomorrow. But Wyffindor retirement home is only 1 win away from taking down the Kawaii sisters. This is it. This is where they need to perform. Kawaii sisters under pressure, under threat of elimination, and the retirement home knows that they can do it here. But Kawaii sisters, an interesting choice. No tactical timeout either. So they're looking to not use one at all this series. They've clearly talked to each other what they needed to do. Now they got to put it into motion. You said it. It's all about consistency. For the middle part of this game, the middle part of these games, they just seem to shut down. Where is that shooting offense that we see at the beginning of every single game? Where is that kind of consistency for the rest of the 5 minutes?
They have the role, they have the aggression, they have the skills. They show it to us within the first like 90 seconds. Then all of a sudden it's just meh, you know. I want to see it. Demon takes it up to the sky over the top. Blaz goes to try to bounce this one even further. Landon waiting for it in the corner. Looks like that one's going to get dropped on down. Demon picks this up, though, into the fight with Armor J. Pops it up. Aggression still coming in from the Kawaii sisters. Gotta watch these first 90 seconds, and honestly, and we might see a game changer for Wyffindor if they can do just that. Armor J over the top. Muffin chilling on back. Landon gets the ball deep on down, sends it on down, gains pressure for Kawaii sisters. Corner ball stripped away by Muffin. Popped up, flicked around. Demon keeping this one neutral over to the side wall. Kawaii sisters, they have offense. Now you just gotta lock it on down, put one on in. Blaz with the demo might just stop this pressure coming in from Kawaii sisters.
You said it, the first 90 seconds seems to be what Kawaii sisters do so well, and yet no goals this game either through the first 90 seconds. So for the Wyffindor time at home, I mean, this is essentially a win for them. No goals from their opponents. They've never been able to start off a game nearly as well, and if you're Kawaii sisters, that's a major concern. No early goal, no early lead to really work out of. You got to now work for the rest of this game to keep this series alive, and Beziki is going to make you work even harder with a shot from that close to the net.
Double save Plasm Demon both there, but you have multi-man defense here, and it really strips away from your offense. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to keep on saying it. We got to get this ball on down to the opposite side of the pitch. We got to see Kawaii sisters turn the script, flip the script, find themselves some consistent offense, and consistency has got to be key. 2 minutes off the clock. It's out of go time for Kawaii sisters, but it's really now or never for them at the same time at that. Landon Demon chilling on back around the 50 mark, waiting to pick this ball on up. Demon sending it on down. Sees an opportunity here. Armor J, though, gets underneath the ball, flicks it on away, and doesn't allow any sort of setup potential for the Kawaii sisters. 0-0 here approaching halftime. It has been a slower paced game, but a battle nonetheless.
I think this has been the longest time we have yet to see a goal in any of the games in this series so far, and it's Retirement Home who only need one to, you know, win this series, move to the semifinals, and end tonight's quarterfinals action. The champion decided tomorrow with elimination on the line in every single match you play. Kawaii sisters know that this could be it for their season. For a top-tier team, a team that's had incredible success, this could be the end of it all. Demon keeps it. Blaz up ahead. Will be Muffin to hold it down as Armor J will leave it for her teammates. Retirement Home again. Upfield, Muffin. Bezzy, it's Demon to intercept, and a big crucial block deny that chance from going anywhere close to the goal. Kawaii sisters again. Blaz wins it up the back wall. Landon is up. This one is on, but it won't threaten Armor J. Muffin to clear. Wyffindor Retirement Home again. Calm as this ball escapes their half of the field.
God, they had opportunities right there, but then, okay, we're getting the offense. Now it's just, all right, there's one more thing. Yeah, get away the defenders, you know, make sure we're knocking away, getting those bumps, getting those demos, those things that we're seeing Wyffindor do so nicely. Now we need to start seeing that a little bit from Kawaii sisters. Corner ball still down over in Wyffindor's side of the pitch. Demon keeps this one going, keeps this one live, pops it over center. Ball, the lineup is there, but so is Benzi. He's going to swat this one away. Picked up by Armor J, carries it on down. Landon for the save is going to be able to deny this one, get the clear on out. Blaz centers it, it's to the backboard, but Muffin gets right underneath it. Demon for the rebound, 2 defenders now ready from the Wyffindor Retirement Home. Demon demos out Bezzy, center ball stripped on away by Armor J, pops it over the top to Bezzy, never mind, picked up by Demon. We're in the final 50 seconds, still 0-0.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen a lot of games that have been left this scoreless through 5 minutes. And yet again, Wyffindor Retirement Home only need one play to work. Kawaii sisters got to be feeling the nerves right now. With only one goal against them that could end their tournament run, this is really it for them. They've got to perform and excel here. Muffins a clear. Blaz across. No one there waiting at this play too high. Beziki will keep hold of this one. Bumped from behind. Demon whiffed on this one. Blaz is going to get back all alone. Kawaii sisters Gotta be careful. Maybe one chance here. Infield pass denied. Our demon Armor J doesn't jump in. He didn't read that one correctly. Kawaii Scissors want this one gone. They want golden goal position. Armor J won't give it to them. Dribble on one to keep it busy. Actually had an open net, but won't be there in time. Overtime and scoreless, and yet Wyffindor Retirement Home only needs one to take the series.
God, saved by the bell right there, but is it going to be saved for long? Bezzy with the rebound, sends it over to Summer. Armor J puts it on through. That's going to be the 1-0 that they need. A low-score game, a great game, a back-and-forth game, but the series comes to an end with the Retirement Home, the Wyffindor Retirement Home, claiming it and moving on to semis.
A big victory. Retirement Home will be more than happy to take that one. Another 5-game series. So today, we had no matches go into Game 6 or further. That does mean our semifinals are now just about ready to get things going here. And to join us again, on the desk to talk about this as well, Araufbeastrl. We got to see quite the series so far. We got to see all of our matches conclude. Semifinals now confirmed for tomorrow. And again, it's been a close match. It's been a tough series for everybody, but we have our top 4 teams. Let's take a look at our bracket here. It is Torrent, Vagabond, TeamZ Academy, Alchemy, Esports, Wyffindor Retirement Home, and really, I have to say it, I think really no major surprises here except for Wyffindor Academy. The biggest surprise, I think, is that no matches went 6 games or further. You really saw teams here show up. Araufbeastrl prove that they deserve to be in the top 4, and teams that just couldn't do it under the pressure.
It's just absolutely amazing to see all these teams just come out, show up. Some of them did struggle a little bit. We did see some series that probably looked like they could have went to 6 or 7. Unfortunately, only ended as short as 4 or 5. Torrent Vagabond didn't look too strong. Gonna look at that series specifically because MishMash did have a little bit of a close series with that one. It may have been a sweep, but only 1 or 2 games in that series actually was an absolute blowout where we saw Torrent Vagabond actually play to the expectations that we saw them playing.
Now, I mean, that game number 1, you take a look at it, that went 8.5 minutes long. That went 3.5 into overtime. It was crazy back and forth between those 2 teams, and it was a great series to watch. Sure, it's the only one that was a technical, quote, blowout 4-0, but it really wasn't that at all.
And it kind of just goes back to show you just how close the Apex Cup can be, how even if the series scoreline doesn't look like that close, it's always going to be close the way all these teams play in their individual games.
I mean, we're closing in on Saturday, Championship Saturday. That's tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Schedule tomorrow is as follows. We start with semifinals number 2. That's Alchemy, Esports, Wyffindor Retirement Home. We follow Torrent, Vagabond, TeamZ Academy, and then the grand finals right after that. After seeing what you've seen today, make early predictions for me. Because, I mean, Araufbeastrl, you're going to be here tomorrow. ZekVexol, you won't. But tell me some early predictions. Who you got winning this thing? After what you've seen today, who's winning the whole thing?
I will say for me, the least, it's definitely going to be a toss-up here between Alchemy and Torrent Vagabond. I can see that one possibly going to 7 if Alchemy Esports bring it to it. I do have them as the team I am going to predict to win the entire thing, but I think Torrent Vagabond still going to be a tough team to beat as long as both Torrent and Alchemy do bring their stuff to the grand finals if they do meet each other there.
Looking at it, I want to say I'm going to want to see Torrent Vagabond versus TeamZ Academy. I think that is going to be a phenomenal game to watch. I'm going to have to keep my eyes on it, even though I won't physically be here. I'm going to make sure to check in for that game because I do feel like that is going to be a good decider on how the rest of the bracket is going to go. I am leaning towards Torrent Vagabond mainly because you have the momentum. You want to keep that pressure going. You want to make sure you maintain that. The massive target on their back might just be the thing pushing them forward. So I'm leaning towards Torrent Vagabond, but I really am going to be keeping my eyes on that Team Evo versus Torrent Vagabond semifinals.
Oh, well, we've got a lot of things said, a lot of impressive things said. Reminder, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, will be the start of the semifinals. But this is the end of the quarterfinals and the end of day 1. Again, big thank you to our sponsors there on their bottom right, Solus Path, as well as Siraxis Networks, Inc. Araufbeastrl, ZekVexol. Before we end up the day here, We got to get a couple final statements in from both of you. Just some final words. Talk to me about tomorrow, about what this tournament has been like so far, and really hype everyone up, because tomorrow, if today was like this, tomorrow, I mean, it's Championship Saturday. It's always great to see a championship. We're gonna have crown a champion, and with how close these teams are playing to each other, with how much better the competition's getting, tomorrow's going to be epic. Do you have any final comments here, ZekVexol and Araufbeastrl, before we end off tonight's and prepare for tomorrow's action?
$200, 4 teams going at it. Only one's going to be coming out on top. 2 teams going to be happy. They get your second place is going to be getting a little bit of something, but definitely you want to be walking away not only with that grand prize, but also for that grand prize of bragging rights sitting under your belt. These are players who are very accustomed to each other, see each other all the time. I mean, just a little bit earlier, even one of our own casters who played in this league, played in these divisions, played with these players all the time. He's sitting there. He's like, yeah, I know all these guys. Imagine if he's sitting up here. He's like, yeah, I know all these guys. I smacked him around last season. And had a championship under my belt, Those bragging rights, they live on forever. The money gets spent, but the bragging rights stay true. Who's going to be coming out on top? I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I'm really expecting, with the amount of 4-0s, 4-1s today, that the matches tomorrow are going to be some really great back and forth. I said it a lot today. I was really looking forward to a lot today. A lot of overtimes did happen, but unfortunately not a lot of physical game 6, game 7 scenarios. So that's what I'm be watching for.
And the biggest thing to consider too, you got a lot of juggernauts still left here. You've got Alchemy Esports, Wyffindor retirement home. That series, I think it's going to be probably the most banger out of all the semifinals, mostly just because of how dominant those 2 teams have been. Torrent, Vagabond, Team Evo Academy could be a little bit interesting to see. I think Team Evo Academy could very well make things interesting, make it go to 5, make it go to 6, but Torrent Vagabond gonna have that one, I think, in the bag though.
Well, we'll get to see tomorrow here. Reminder, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to be starting our pre-show around 7:30 p.m. Eastern. But from myself, SportyFC, and our casters here are ZekVexol, as well as Averded, our producer in Nick NCS, who's been doing everything behind the scenes. Shoutouts to Nick and all he does, not only for ATS, but also for the Double Commit weekly tournaments. To all of you out there who are watching, thank you all so much. Again, congrats to the 4 teams that make it through. We're going to have to thin them out a little bit more tomorrow. But for now, take care. Have a great night. I'll again return tomorrow for semifinals and finals action. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The start of the pre-show, 8 p.m. for our first series. Have a good night.
Bye.